as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, it's not I, the Dungeon Master, that does these summaries. It is Ryan for the Crimson Court campaign. So Ryan, whenever you're ready, summarize.
All right. Session 17, Arkenvale Academy. The heirs arrive at Arkenvale Academy, ready to pick up Landor, but learning that he has about an hour of classes left. The heirs split up, with Xanthi and Edwin taking a walk and bonding, Merrick speaking to his future mother-in-law, and Kaelin and Via heading to the restricted section to find the book that contained Via's ritual. After speaking with the attendants, they take the book with them and head back to the ship. The King's Hand gather, and Via explains the draconic ritual that she's been performing for over a year now. The group is divided on what steps to take, but ultimately agree to let Xanthi translate the text and see if she learns anything more. Meanwhile, Merrick goes to check in on Via, comforting her and eventually convincing her to speak with Talon about what's happening. After picking up Landor, Via speaks to her father and slightly breaks down, not prepared to accept his anger or wrath. Despite this, Talon seems surprisingly understanding of the situation, and ensures Via that she will not go to jail or be executed. He agrees to speak and figure out what he can do to best help her. However, he does seem rather bothered that Kaelin Vale walked and how Morgana seemed to encourage Via to hide the ritual. Talon summons Kaelin and warns her about Vale walking, with Kaelin insisting that she must practice and keep trying, or else she'll never be prepared to do it again. She and Talon disagree on this, and he apologizes but expresses his fear of what will happen to Kaelin if she keeps risking herself like this. He then opens up to her about how he thinks the Concord of the Crown should be slightly edited and that the Serpent Grove be turned into its own kingdom. He wants Kaelin to lead that effort, which she agrees to. Xanthi gathers everyone back and explains several of the things that she read from the book, warning of the dangers the ritual could cause and how she believes they are connected to the recent discovery of the dragon eggs. Talon agrees to bring Morgana to Faithspire, deciding that Gareth will stay in Crown's Rest in order to make sure that the capital is not without a member of the council to oversee things. As the group disperses, Xanthi speaks to Talon, opening up about her worry that they could have acted against this devil sooner had Talon given her the letter earlier. Talon says that he would have done everything he could had he known what was in the letter, but he wanted to honor his mother's wishes to not give Xanthi the letter until she embraced the life of an adventurer. Meanwhile, Edwin heads to his room and attempts to speak to the mysterious gauntlet that he wears. Eventually, a voice responds and seems to agree to help Edwin, though insists that there would be some sort of a price to pay. It agrees to help Via get out of her connection to the dragon ritual, to help kill Edwin's enemies, and to protect Edwin's family at any cost. The session ends with the King's Hand arriving at Skyhaven, prepared for the Sentinels tournament to begin shortly.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ryan. So with that, that is right where we are going to pick up. So as Elendar's promised, the massive airship that has carried all of you from Faithspire to Arkenvale Academy to Crown's Rest and now to Skyhaven for the festival of the choosing of the Sentinel. As the ship is beginning its descent, ready to dock into the airship port that is connected to Skyhaven itself, as the ship is much too large to dock within the water in Seahaven, Talon gathers you all above deck. And as all of you are gathered, sort of looking down as Skyhaven grows in size, you can see a large collection of people standing at the dock ready to greet you. Some of the blurry ant-like figures you can recognize, that of Lady Blackthorn, as well as Bjorn, and several other blurry figures that must be some of the other contestants ready to greet the king and the King's Hand. But as Talon gathers all of you, you can tell that his face is like deep in thought. And as all of you are eventually gathered, he sort of waves away a few of the guards and says, "All right, now we'll be arriving shortly, docking, and provided that everything is ready to go, the festivities will start either tomorrow or the day after. When the festivities start, I think it would be best if all of you move as a collective together. I think if there's any moment to show weakness or to try and exert some type of influence on you. It would be when you're alone. I think for the duration of the festival, all of you should stay together. And I especially would not encourage any private one-on-one meetings with any of those contestants. If any of you wish to speak to the contestants, you need to do it as a collective. The last thing we want to do is have Edwin speak with one of the contestants, and then if that contestant is chosen, to seem like they promised Edwin something if he would advocate for them. I understand there is one connection here where that may happen regardless, but I think that if we make the effort now, we should hopefully avoid any of that hurtful gossip. Whoever is chosen, and as I said before, chosen by all of you, not by me, not by the council, but by you, I think that if we do everything we can, we'll avoid any of that painful gossip. All right?
Sounds reasonable.
Yes.
All right. Now, the other thing is, Edwin, I understand your request for me not to know what... And, looking around just to make sure that nobody's around, no one is. Whatever potential threat may be befalling your family. But I will make sure that 2 of the Crown Claw Knights keep a close eye on them. 2 that I can trust. That don't have any contact with anyone else, except for me. But I think it would be best if, for now, you keep your distance from them until we can make sure that they're safe and out of a crowd. I know that'll be hard for you, and I'm very sorry, but since I don't know who is the threat, I want to do everything I can to make sure they're safe.
No, it's a good plan, Father. I appreciate it. And I don't think it'll raise suspicion either, since we would want to send protection to the King of Lornathi anyways.
Exactly. All right. Now, before we land, is there anything you want of me? Anything you want me to do? I have the ability to move freely through there, so if there's something you wish to have done more, well, I can't promise covertly. There's very little I can do nowadays that's not heavily charted and tracked by 12 different people. But if there's anything I can do, I'm happy to do it for all of you.
Do not believe there is anything.
Did not think of anything.
Quick team question. Do we want to wait to tell them about the artifact room until tournament's over? Because it's not really a priority right now, so I'm fine with getting through the tournament, making sure people are safe and whatnot.
Yeah, we
Just
should
fine.
probably
I mean, there's just a lot of eyes
after.
here. Like, we don't want him sneaking off and then people
Mhm.
being suspicious or, like, seeing where he's going and all that. Like,
Also,
For
last
sure.
session was quite literally an entire session of us going, "Hey, Talon, did you know about this?"
well,
So I think we should chill.
Yeah, give Papa a break before,
Yeah,
he
give
has,
him a break.
before he has a
Just-
brain
just
aneurysm.
Just wanted to make sure it wasn't forgotten, but I'm in agreement.
Okay, perfect.
So we are good. For
Okay.
the time being, at least.
All right. Talon will nod at that and say, all right, well, I will still begin the ceremony, and then with that, I'll pass it off to all of you. As is tradition, the steward of House Falkrest, Lady Marianne, she'll handle the introduction of all the ceremonies, so you won't have to worry about that. But it's more important for you in the coming days to watch, to listen, to see how they hold themselves, how they react. Not just in the trials themselves, but everywhere, related to everything. All right?
Understood,
Okay.
of course.
Agreed.
All right. Well, and with that, the ship lurches as it docks into the Sky Haven airship dockyard. As the stairwell is attached for all of you to make your way off, one by one, with the king, as well as the Archmage. And she was the only council member that was on the ship, actually, on the airship with all of you. You make your way down and out. And as I said at the end of last session, you can see all of those individuals except for the 2 extraplanar individuals. They have confirmed their attendance through the various means that you all have hired, but they will not arrive until the start of the festival, or the night before the start of the festival, which would be the 11th of October. So that is in 2 days, as you are actually arriving in Skyhaven rather late on Monday the 9th. It is, what is that, 10 p.m. as you're arriving here. Some of the contestants are greeting you as a courtesy, as a kindness, you know. So tomorrow will be your day to double check everything, and then Wednesday morning is when the festival itself will start. So with that, as all of you are making your way, you see several individuals gathered there at the base of the steps. You see Lady Marianne, who greets all of you with a smile, Lord Garrett Greenmeyer, Knight and Paladin, standing like the bulwark he is, greeting all of you with a very formal bow. Brenna Stonehill, the dwarf horizon walker, a little bit of a smaller nod of the head, not nearly as formal. Bjorn Oldblood, the druid fighter that all of you are very familiar with already, deep connection to Kalen. You can see he tries his best to mimic Garrett Greenmeyer. He tries to do a very, very formal bow, and it seems as though he's practiced since the first time all of you greeted him at the dock. He's making the effort to meld with the culture of Adaria a bit more. Here you also see Victor Bloodmoon, who gives a very, very, very ostentatious bow, flicking his wrists out like peacocking almost, and coming back up with a brilliant smile on his face. And then Thalia Aurelius, the sorcerer fighter from the Elysian Republic of Arcadia. No, the Arcadian Republic of Elysia. There we go. The Republic of Elysia. Mix those ones up. You can see that she gives a very curt bow. It's very formal. It's very precise. Is the biggest thing about her. And as all of you undock, Lady Marianne greets all of you and says, "Welcome, welcome, King of Adaria, King Talon Folkrest. It's great to have your presence within these halls. Once more, Skyhaven has missed you dearly. And, of course, the King's Hand. Although you were just here weeks ago, it's very good to have you back. And while he has spent many, many, many years in this keep, it is very good to see the heir to House Blackthorn once more." And she'll give a small bow of her head to her son, who will give a very formal bow back to his mother. Very playful. And she will gesture her hand out for all of you and say, "A small meal has been prepared for all of you to welcome you home, to fill your bellies before eventually retiring for the night, to double check that everything is just how you instructed it be before the festival's beginning in just 2 days. The contestants who are here, should you permit, would enjoy joining all of you for these evening feastings. However, if you'd prefer it just to be the family of House Folkrest, that is also understandable."
I think I would enjoy others' company. I think, not that I don't enjoy my own families, but I think a little bit more would be welcome.
I think it's a good opportunity
Well-
to get to know them.
I did have a question. How long have we been gone, Joe? Weeks?
I
It doesn't be exact. Just
yeah, I think it's been like a week and a half. Truth be told.
how is the renovation going?
Oh, fully completed.
Wonderful.
Yes.
I'll take a look on our way through.
Fantastic. Well then,
Thank you, Gemma.
if the family is in accordance, then King Talon. Of course, if the king's hand agree, then I am in agreement as well.
Wait, pause.
Yes.
Is everybody okay with that? I assume. I don't know. Brian, you said you sounded like you were going to say something. Do you not want them to eat with us?
I mean, I don't have anything against it. I know the whole point was to keep us like from having like one-on-ones, but I mean, if we didn't want to show any favoritism and it's just like, hey, we want to see them just kind of perform.
Yeah.
I get that too.
I mean, let's be real.
doesn't
Like,
really
you get advantage if you're here early. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing. It's not one-on-ones.
Wait, which ones are here? Is
Dedicated
it
to the
just?
Robertus.
Is it
It's everyone
a-
but the extra planar people.
I think in
No.
Kaylin's head, it's just kind to be like, welcome. We are hosting. We are
Well,
talking
okay.
to all of you at the same time. I know that other people haven't arrived yet, but it's like a,
Not too
it's like a
bad. Get here earlier.
Well, hold on. They are on different planes
Yeah,
of
and?
existence.
the train's running late.
Is like tomorrow the thing? Like it starts
2 days.
tomorrow?
Tomorrow's
2 days.
prep.
2 days.
Day after
Okay.
starts.
So we could technically have this big dinner with all of them. We would have time. The extra planar
Tomorrow?
people should be here, and then we could have a dinner with all of them.
Sure.
I misunderstood, but
I'm okay with that. Like tonight, we just have like a little family dinner, get our ducks in a row, and then tomorrow, I think it would look good if we have a nice feast to welcome all the contestants. Like what John
yeah,
just said.
I apologize. I was scattered.
No. I talked to you.
No, I
that's why
think-
wanted to talk it out.
I think Edwin would instead say, "It's 10 o'clock." I don't feel like hosting at this hour.
Edwin should have been in bed 2 hours ago. His schedule's already off.
Yeah.
I think what my brother would like to say is, we would love to have a dinner with everyone, but in terms of fairness, it'd be great to wait until tomorrow. Maybe we can prepare a feast to welcome all of our contestants together.
I apologize. The airship lag.
Lord Garrett Greenmeyer will speak up in that moment and say, "A very just reasoning, my lords and
Wait,
ladies."
you're listening to us saying this?
Yeah, they're standing
God
right
damn
there.
Oh, okay.
They were greeting us. What the hell? Pay attention,
I-
y'all.
If
I
It's
am.
the
I didn't
beginning,
realize
guys.
they were just
It's the
breathing
beginning
down
of
our
the session.
necks.
if I
Beginning of session.
if
we're
I-
going into it.
Continue.
if I might add, Lord Edwin, my prince, I too am ready for bed as well. So I understand your desire.
This is Lord Garrett Greenmeyer.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome, my prince. He'll bow. Very well.
Edmund looks over to the rest of the siblings like, okay.
Well then, contestants, if you'd please follow my one of the servants of the house here. They'll lead you to an alternate dining hall where, should you be famished from your travels, you may eat. But otherwise, I will escort the members of House Volcrest to their private dining chambers. Please, all of you enjoy the rest of your night, and I'm sure I'll check in on you before you've retired for the evening. And with that, she'll bow to the contestants, look forward to all of you, and gesture for all of you to follow her, and she'll walk off towards where all of you know to be the private dining hall in House Volcrest. Or in House Volcrest. In Skyhaven. Skyhaven. All right. The other contestants.
Skyhaven is the House of Falcrest, so I mean, if
That
you're
is
gonna call it that, it is fitting.
As we're walking to our quarters, I I forgot the construction was in like the main hall, and you're dying.
Yeah.
over there, Joe.
Yeah, there was a tower specifically that it was connected to. That was the main.
Okay.
That was the main damage part.
So we can see it as we're kind of walking to our place.
Yep. Yep. The stone looks new. The mortar clean. It's not quite been dirtied by.
So is there like a
time.
big patch in the wall that's like clean stone, and then the rest is dirty stone? So like,
I didn't
You
fucking
can
clean
see.
the walls before this.
well, you can only clean them so much as opposed to just
Yeah.
new stone.
Well, it's also if you're looking
Now
at
we got prestidigitation.
yeah, if you're looking
can
at the
clean this.
outside, they because the exterior stone, they made an effort to make sure everything still looked cohesive. You know, they're not going for patchwork here.
So it's not like somebody who has like a red car and they lost a door. So now they have like, a red
Correct.
door
No,
and
it
a
is.
car.
It is not like that.
Oh my god.
It's like a stonemason who knows what they're doing, did their job correctly.
Okay,
Yeah,
good,
yeah,
good.
Rest of the kingdom, I hear.
yeah.
Because
Listen,
Edwin's looking past it and going, 2,500 gold well spent.
he's looking at the wrong spot, not actually where the hole was. Wow, you can't even tell.
Wild.
Edwin's gonna do something, but I totally forgot, so don't worry about it.
Okay, that was my bad. I distracted Edwin.
It's okay.
Okay. Alright. Alright. So, with that, all of you are led into the private dining hall of House Falkrest. God damn it, Skyhaven.
The House Falkrest.
The House of Falkrest.
There we go.
All right.
The Fall of the House of Falkrest. The alternate title of this campaign.
Falcrestery.
So, with that, all of you were let in, and a small amount of food has been prepared. Nothing crazy, just small kind of things that you can snack on. Bits of like fried bread, sliced fruit, thinly sliced meat. Very, very much charcuterie vibes, you know.
Hell yeah.
But as all of you, either take a seat or go to stand by the fire or look out the window towards the mountains that surround Skyhaven and Seahaven. Is there anything all of you wanted to talk about in this sort of private room with Lady Marianne, with your father, or to yourselves? Before Lady Marianne kind of gives you the breakdown of everything that has been done in preparation of the festival.
Kid in here.
Landor did want to grab some food, but he's also tired. He wants to go to bed. So he kind of just like grabbed a plate. He like scooped a whole bunch of stuff and is like backing away because he knows the adults want to talk, but he wants to hear like a little bit of it. Like he wants to like disappear into the shadows and hope that nobody
He doesn't
notices.
want to lose out if there's anything interesting that's said. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't want to.
He tries to bow as he leaves, but he's balancing his plate so the food doesn't spill out.
Oh, and it's all just like slowly inching towards the edge.
And we're all just like, so he thinks he's doing it wrong, and it's like, oh,
Landor, no, Landor!
oh,
Like
See
he
that?
wants to compensate, it just rolls off the inside.
We're just staring at him as he's leaving.
Okay.
poor kid.
All right, I'll leave. He
But
goes to leave.
I don't have anything unless you guys do. I'm good to just kind of hear what Lady
us
Marianne
know.
has to say.
Tell us.
All right. Well, okay. Wait a minute. Give me 1 second here. Had an itch on my leg. I guess I hit a scab.
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you bleeding?
Kind of, yep. It's playing Minesweeper, I guess, with my leg. I didn't realize. Whoops. Hit a mine.
God.
There's an
You know.
image.
All right, we're good. The bleeding has stopped. Luckily, I got thick blood. It's like barbecue sauce.
Keep playing.
All right. Never mind. Okay.
Please just stop.
I thought that was good. I
Barbecue sauce.
got
that's
thick
nice.
blood like
Okay.
barbecue
What are those
sauce.
notes? What are those notes?
So, festival.
Yeah. Funny enough, Duke, I didn't fill up my cup before the session started. I got nothing. I don't even have any other drinks here. I'm a failure.
Sounds like a you problem.
It is, yeah. I'm gonna have to start.
Oh,
Sip on your saliva.
he's gonna have
We
to start
can't
fake
redeem our
drinking.
points for nothing.
Ah.
Oh, it's already done. Hydrate's
Wait.
been redeemed.
Oh fuck! I just hit my keyboard with my water bottle. Wait, I can maybe do a little something.
I'm so glad that
I'm gonna
drinking
message
blood.
Felicity that she can just skip this session.
Okay, I had water in there. Some of the ice had
Okay.
melted.
Get to it.
Perfect.
We're good.
Oh,
So
God.
Lady Marianne will begin going through everything that has been prepared. Some of the things have been prepared in correspondence with the treasurer, Alaris Eldrin, as well as Morgana Umbrin, the Archmage. So, let's see here. She does address all of the repairs that have been done in the Eastern Tower, the Great Hall, the windows that were cracked, and the training grounds that were renovated for the festival. As she talks about the sort of specific games that have, not games, but the specific trials that have been created. She says, so there are 7 trials based off of the notes and listings that all of you gave me. Some of them could have potentially have been combined, but I didn't want to sully the ideas that all of you presented, so it works out so the Sentinels Festival can last for a full week, which also, I believe, makes the first trial even more of a test of will, as the first trial is simply fasting for the entirety of the Sentinel Festival itself. So the first day, with the opening ceremony, it just begins their fast. And that way the individuals, they have free time to roam around the city to smell all the, well, quite delicious things that have been presented by various traders from around the world. And, well, there might be people that are disqualified in that first day if they can't stop themselves from eating on a day where they have nothing to do but wander around and smell delicious food. So that is the opening ceremony in the first trial beginning. In the second trial, this one was able to be carried out exactly as you had instructed. We were able to set it up quite easily with several merfolk stonemasons we were able to hire. So the second trial, that of brinksmanship, will go exactly as instructed. The only problem is we have 7 contestants. So in each one of the duels or 1 versus 1s that we are doing, there will be 2 groups of 2 and then a group of 3 that will be involved in that. Now, I know that it might not be as exact, but the only other option we had was to either have someone else go a second time or to give someone a bye, and I didn't think that that was fitting of the trials to let someone go by freely. Nor would it be fair to the contestants to force them to endure a trial for a second time. So, in some scenarios, there is a 1 versus 1 versus 1. Same goes for precision and awareness, done in the training yard. This is in the public training yard right at the base of the keep itself, so there can be as many onlookers as wish to watch. For agility and balance, the 4th trial on the 4th day, there's been a large section of a large clearing in the forest that has been adapted to accommodate this trial. There were many logs that had not yet been used for any construction in our repairs, so we used those. Pretty much cut them in half, jammed them in the ground, and then built a arena around it, like you would at a knight's festival. So that way individuals can onlook, and for the 7 contestants, it will definitely be a test of agility. Some of the guards wish to try it out, and, well, hopefully your Sentinel applicants are a little bit more agile than the guards that protect our walls. Then there is the maze. Now, the maze was something that was a little bit more difficult to accomplish, especially acquiring the monsters that go within. They were able to be acquired, but it's something that required the help of the Archmage, crafting collars for them, so they stay within the confines of the maze. But the maze was created as a... there was a... I'm not sure exactly how best to phrase it. I suppose before Skyhaven was claimed by House Folkrest, it had been a rum runner's hideaway. So there was a collection of stone mazes in the very foundation of the mountain as which this is Skyhaven is built upon. And so we were able to use that and place those monsters there. Now, this one is a little bit more hard to have any type of audience for. So what we have is at the center of that labyrinth, we have stands and seating there for individuals to see, whoever makes it to the center first. And then we have our sixth trial, that of self-sacrifice. This was something else that I needed the Archmage's help with in order to be able to have that magical effect, so that way they incur the same damage. So they'll each have to adorn bracelets, and that will attune them to whatever damage they take from another individual. Now, this does provide an interesting complication to that 1 versus 1 versus 1. Should they go after the person who's the biggest threat in that moment, or do they go after the person where they incur no damage themselves from fighting? And if that's the case, it'll just be a big old circle of them going after each other. I think it, while different from the original idea in that one small subset, I think it still proves an interesting point. Are they willing to go through that self-sacrifice if it means securing the victory, or do they take the easy way out and only fight the person that won't hurt themselves? And then finally, the final trial on the 7th day is that of the burden of truth. Now, in a private training arena, the one that had just been renovated, there, all of you will watch as they have to fight, well, their a fear, a desire, something that's holding them back, or something that tortures them still. And in that trial, they will need to succumb to some magic that the Archmage is familiar with, so she can take those memories and then create a very lifelike illusion of it. Something similar to a simulacrum, I would suppose, but altered slightly so it can use those memories, those feelings, those emotions that she implants into it. It is all quite complex, but it was what all of you desired, and the budget accommodated it, so it is done. But those are the 7 trials over the 7 days, and hopefully from those trials you'll be able to determine who is best for the fulfilling the role as Sentinel.
I appreciate you for, well, overseeing most of these arrangements. Seems everything has gone according to plan.
Yes, well, it helps having a very, very, very detailed list. You made it easy on me, Princess Anthe.
Yes, thank you for
Well.
your hard work.
Of course.
Well, sounds like we have a day to wait, and then we have quite an exciting week ahead of us.
I will say that the festivities will, at least in part, begin tomorrow, as most of the people are here that are here to sell and buy and trade goods. Well, they're ready to open up shop starting tomorrow. So, if you do have any free time, well, it might be nice to go within the city and see what there is to offer.
It sounds wonderful.
Well, if there's nothing else you need from me, there are still a few more things I need to take care of tonight and check in on our other contestants, as well as some of the various royalty that has arrived from, well, not only from Adaria, but from other nations themselves as well. The High King of the Nornothi arrived just this afternoon with his daughter. And,
Pity.
well, there was another who arrived. The son of the Praetor of Elysia, which, strange to come all this way, but interesting nonetheless. I believe that would make him, well, Princess Octavia, your uncle. See, Octavia, no response, eyes wide. She'll definitely respond to it sometime later. You can see Talon's face kind of spike with worry and then return to that sort of calm smile as he says, well, very good to know that someone from Elysia has arrived to cheer on potentially their champion. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you, Lady Marianne. Are there any other dignitaries from foreign nations that have decided to grace us with their presence?
Where exactly are they staying?
Within the keep. It would be quite rude to have emissaries from foreign nations stay within the taverns of Sea Haven. Definitely not fitting of royalty. Those are the only individuals from foreign nations that have arrived so far, but if there are any more, I'll be sure to inform you.
Thank you. I think it is very important that we greet some of these people as soon as possible. Caleb looking at Edwin.
I agree. We should. But, it is late.
Yes, it is. Well, as I said, I do have a few more things I need to take care of tonight. Enjoy the rest of your food, and I will see all of you bright and early in the morning.
Thank you again for everything.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
With that, she will smile and head out.
Edwin looks around the room.
You are alone.
Well,
Well,
why are you still here?
I don't know.
Go see your family.
I'm worried that if I go, that someone might be watching.
Then, why don't we all go and greet them?
We'll have to do it tomorrow morning. It'd be impertinent to, well, conduct any visitations this late in the evening.
Father, do you know whereabouts they might be staying?
For any royal guests from nations outside of Adaria, there is a wing for that, yes.
All right. You can see that Edwin, like, kind of moves his body, like to put his hands on the table to like push his chair back, but he stops himself, like kind of rocks forward. I really want to go.
I think you should.
It's one more day, Edwin. No sense in raising suspicion now. We can see them tomorrow morning.
Right. No, you're right. You're right. Tomorrow.
Well, I guess if there's nothing else to discuss, I'm going to go to bed. And Kaylin's gonna put she's gonna put her hand on Edwin's shoulder, give it a little squeeze.
Actually, Kaylin, if I'll just follow you out. I'm tired.
Alright.
Before Edwin leaves, just a quick question. Does Merrick actually think he's not going to go find them?
I guess I'd have to roll for it if the DM says so.
Well, John messaged me. Are you lying?
Wait, oh, my messages are down here.
Okay. Go ahead and make a insight check, Merrick.
Fuck. All right.
Off to a banging
no.
start.
Yep. Love digital dice.
Merrick, as far as you can tell, it doesn't seem like he's lying. It doesn't seem like he has any secondary intention, but you're just not sure.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That was all.
Edwin follows out with Kaylin. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
All right. So with that, Kaylin and Edwin leave together. Talon will sort of watch them go and then look to the three of you that are still in the room and say, well, I have to admit I am rather beat as well. I'm going to head off to bed. Good night, all of you, and I will see you all in the morning. And he'll head out as well, leaving Merrick, Octavia, and Xanthi in the room together.
I mean, obviously, she's not here, so it's not going to be a thing, like a whole thing. But before Xanthi does head out, she will kind of just walk close by where Octavia is and just kind of whisper, I'm sorry to her. Their mom didn't show up after that letter, after everything. It's kind of sad, man.
Yeah.
No chimeras and no mom. It's fucked up.
Couldn't even have one over the other.
Could have had chimeras, man.
You're on that.
You can see
Yeah,
Octavia.
Mom,
She is, I mean, at a loss for words right now. I think even if Felicity was here, she's still at a bit of a loss for words. But Octavia does appreciate your words and your gesture. And she'll kind of sit with you, Merrick, for as long as you'd be willing to stand there, just kind of talking about anything else but that.
Yeah. 100%. Merrick would pull out like some cards, or like they'd play a game, or he'd just find something to do to help distract her, because what do you possibly say to that?
Yeah. Okay, you guys start playing Go Kuatoa. Sounds good.
Yeah, let's go Kuatoa. Another game that Merrick sucks at. Oh,
Okay. So.
Serpent's dice and now this. There's no skill. Why do I always lose?
So we'll go ahead and cut back to Edwin and Kaylin as the two of you are walking back to your rooms. Was there anything in particular the two of you wanted to talk about, or was it just kind of traveling back to the room together?
I mean, for me, it was more just traveling back together. But Edwin will kind of say, like, Kaylin, I appreciate what you were saying back there. desperately want to go find them,
I know.
but I know I shouldn't.
I know that too. The responsible part of me will tell you that you should wait. But me being Halen, why would I wait? I had the chance to see my family again. My family from the Grove again. I would. But I can also give you something to help you sleep and to calm your nerves so morning comes faster. Which
Really?
is the responsible thing to do. Of course.
You think I'll need something to help me sleep?
Yes. You will be up all night in a ball of nerves. And every few minutes you will get up and head to the door, and then change your mind and sit back down, and then change your mind and get back up.
Hmm.
At least 100 times.
It's funny that I haven't been around that long and you know me so well.
More than you think.
Well, I will gladly take you up on that offer. I would also like to say, I did want to catch you. If any doorways open up in front of you, please, tonight, do not take them.
Alright. I will stay away from mysterious doorways that I just so happen to open.
And don't get me wrong, I would love if one opened to travel with you, but it is late and I want to sleep. So, at least for tonight.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, what's up?
Were there more pathways? Or is it just the one that opened up for me? Because there was never any passageways here, right? It was only at the keep at home.
Correct, yeah. You guys didn't really
Ah.
explore the ones here, but you do know that
Right.
there was the path led back up to the Sentinels, or to the Lord Paramount's chambers.
But that was the only path. It wasn't like there was like many.
I mean, there was a lot more distance to traverse, so there could be more. I don't want to say that, like, definitely.
Yeah,
But you didn't see any in the trek that you made.
Okay. Yeah, you can see Edwin Kaelin has like an idea pass across her face, but I think she just kind of furrows her brow because she knows better.
I can see that you're thinking about it.
I am. But I also do not feel like being scolded by Xanthi. I don't have the patience for that.
That is the worst. Yes, if anything deters you. If it's
Well,
not me
especially
asking you
after
not
what
to
was
do
said.
it, it's being scolded by Xanthi.
Here, let me get you something, and then we will be responsible adults and be patient. But know that I disagree with this thoroughly.
Know that I
She
agree
goes
with your
into her room.
disagreement.
She's gonna like collect a couple like little tea leaves and maybe a bone or two. She's gonna crush it up into a little mortar pestle, and put it in a
Why
little
the bones
bag.
got in?
Because it helps. It's gonna help you sleep.
Oh,
Makes it like a
okay.
broth.
Bono meal. No.
Bono meal.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like something from Fallout.
And then she'll like, maybe like 2 minutes, and then she'll hand you a little tea bag. Here you go. Just mix this in. I'll be asleep in no time.
Will I wake up?
She looks at you. No. Ha 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 ha. I'm joking. It's a joke. Okay, you don't like jokes. Okay, yes, you will wake up.
I love jokes. That one was a little on the... Thank you, Kaylin. I appreciate it. If I don't wake up in time, just come get me.
You will wake up in time.
All right.
I don't think I could make anything strong enough, Edwin, to keep you from your family.
Well, good night, my sister. Have sweet dreams. Don't let the bed bugs bite and all of that good stuff.
Good night, Edwin. I'm very excited to see and meet them in the morning.
I am too.
To give him a hug.
Oh, yes. Gives you a hug back. Good night. And walks to his room.
Okay, sounds good. So, Edwin, you head into your room. Kaylin, you head to your room. Xanthi, eventually you arrive in yours. Merrick, you and Octavia play cards for just a little bit longer until eventually she's ready to head to bed. And then, Merrick, you head to that sort of central foyer that connects a lot of the wings together. And you just kind of stand there for a bit, just watching and waiting. But after a few hours, nobody passes. It's pretty late at this point, like maybe midnight, 1 a.m. Aside from a few guards making their rounds, there's no one else that you see. So you begin to make your way back to your lodgings. However, Merrick, as you're beginning to round a corner, you hear Lady Marianne's voice. She definitely seems a little bit like urgent in her voice, not in distress, but she's kind of like whispering something in a very urgent tone. You can't quite catch the words. Do you sort of stop and like peek, or do you just round the corner like you normally would?
I think he'll stop and peek just because Merrick's a little on edge right now. He doesn't know what's going on. He wants to figure out what's going on before he just kind of jumps into something.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth check with advantage, because it is your house after all.
The House of Falcrest?
Yes. That's why I said it so many times earlier.
23.
23. Wow. All right. So, as you sort of stop, right, making sure that instead of having your heel hit the ground, it's like the your toes hitting the ground, so you have a much softer footfall. And you sort of peek around the corner. You can see Lady Marianne speaking with her son, with Landor. However, you can see he's not wearing the same attire that he was when when all of you picked him up, but it seems like he's in his pajamas. Not wearing the gloves or the high collar, it's a very, simple nighttime clothing. And he's maybe 15 feet down, and it's 15, 20 feet down. It's a little bit hard to make out exactly. I'd like you to make a perception check as I say the rest of this. As you're looking, you hear Lady Marianne more clearly now from around the corner. 18, got it. As she's saying, I told you that when you leave your room, Landor, you have to wear your gloves, your collar. You need to, all right? We can't have anyone seeing. Mother, I'm sorry. I was hungry. I just wanted a bit more to eat. I was going to be quiet. No one was going to see me. And Merrick, as you sort of narrow your eyes, the torchlight, you can see it kind of glinting on Landor's skin. Scales in patches around his neck, creeping up his neck, down his shoulder. You can see it on the backs of his hands, creeping up his forearms. Now, do you sort of pull back and wait for them to leave? Do you round the corner? What do you want to do?
I think he's gonna pull back. Like, this is big. This is big. Yeah, he definitely doesn't want them to know that he's there right now at this very moment, at least. So I definitely think he would kind of pull back and, hold still against the wall, hoping that they still don't hear him.
Okay. Pull back. And you hear Landor say, I don't know why it matters that there are kids at school who have what I have. And the teachers don't make a big deal about it. Why is it a big deal if I have them? Landor, it's time for bed, all right? That's hard to explain, but we need to get some rest, all right? It's a big day tomorrow. Come on. Fine. And he kind of turns around and storms off, and she follows after him, going the opposite way in which you were coming from, Merrick, so there's no way that you'll cross paths. Eventually, down the corridor ways, you do hear a door kind of slam, and you hear Lady Marianne walking away in the opposite direction of the way that you're coming from, even further down the hall.
I think Merrick's gonna go towards where Lady Marianne is.
Okay. Yeah, so Merrick, you make your way down the hallway, and you can see she's definitely taking her time with her strides. You're able to catch up to her pretty easily. Are you being quiet?
I think at this point, no. He's taking steps loud enough that like she can hear them. Obviously not like stomping or anything, but so she doesn't like see his shadows like.
No, yes.
Yeah.
As you eventually do make your way down the hallway, hearing the footsteps, she turns around and says, "Oh, Prince Merrick, you're up quite late. Is there something I can help you with, my prince?"
As are you. I was wondering if we could speak.
Of course. I was just headed to bed, truthfully, but I can always make time.
Hopefully it will be quick, but may we? Kind of motioning towards the room, I guess.
Of course, please, come in. And she'll open the door for you and let you walk in.
And he'll kind of look at her and just like, general vibe check. Not like about Merrick, but obviously about like what just happened. Like, she still seemed a little worried, concerned, scared. Like, can he kind of read like the emotions she's probably trying to hide right now?
Yeah, make an insight check for something a little deeper. On the surface, she looks very tired, you know. A mix of just like sleepy tired and also like exhausted mom tired, you know.
Gotcha.
With an 11, because she is leaning more towards that like, oh my god, I'm physically exhausted. She's not hiding things as well as she typically would. There is a bit of worry on her face, not from you necessarily, but it seems like her mind is elsewhere as she's talking to you.
Yeah. May we sit?
Of course.
I assume there's like a chair or something.
I'd love to sit, and she'll take a seat.
And Merrick's kind of quiet for a little bit as he's trying to figure out how he wants to say this. You've always been good to us. For as long as I can remember, you were one of the constants in my life at the very least. You know how things were for me growing up. Seeing you always made things better. It was nice knowing that there was someone that it felt like no matter what was going on in my life, I could count on. I'm sorry if I never told you that before now.
Well, thank you, Merrick. It means the world to me to hear, but it wasn't... I appreciate you saying it, but I didn't need to hear it. That's not why mothers or caregivers do what they do. Young boys like you, or young girls like Octavia, Xanthi, like Kaylin even, though she was older when she got here. Even boys like Edwin. Although you have one who might give you all the love in the world, sometimes it's nice to just have a little more, someone else that cares for you. I was always happy to be that person for all of you.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to overstep. But
No.
and he'll hold up a hand, and kind of like a more serious expression is kind of coming to Merrick's face as he knows how important this is. I saw you speaking to Landor.
The boy, it's not right for him, especially one so closely related to the monarch's house, to be walking around in his night clothes. I'm sorry you had to see that. I was hoping no one would. It's just a little embarrassing, truth be told, but he meant no harm by it, my prince.
I saw him. He will. Are they like sitting at a table or something?
They are.
Merrick will reach out and will take her hand in one of his, just softly, just trying to show that he's not there to be a threat or to enforce anything. That's not the purpose of this visit.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to hear what's going on from you. Please.
You see her search a long time for the words, and she just can't find them. It's, he was a miracle child, my Landor. And I feel bad for keeping him a secret for so long from him, but Rainier always had so much going on. He couldn't have been a good father to the boy. He would have been torn between his duties as Sentinel. And so I didn't tell him, and when I noticed I was pregnant, I left. Because it was just easier if it was just something that happened while I was away. He wasn't... He was such a miracle, though, because he was born of love between me and Rainier, and our bond. And with him, with what happened, I regret not having said anything to him. He'd never know. If he would have died, he would have never known. I'm sorry. It's late, and typically I'm better about holding back tears when divulging one of the deepest, darkest secrets of my life, but it's been a long day, I think.
I'm sorry. I didn't... Rainier's recovering. He is healing. This is not the end of your journey together. Not if you don't want it to be. Don't lament what's behind you. Just think about what you can do going forward. I know it's easier to say than to feel, but it's the one truth we have.
You're very right about that. And truth be told, it does... it does feel like a bit of a weight lifted off my shoulders.
No one else knows, do they?
No, not even Landor. Suppose he's technically Landor the Second, truth be told, but no one knows that except me. I wanted him to have a bit of folk rest in his life, even if he never knew, you know.
What can I do to help?
When you get back to Crown's Rest and Rainier's all better, make sure he comes home and doesn't go off on some God's forsaken crusade to avenge whatever hurt him. When he comes home, I'll tell him. And I'll tell Landor too. It's time they know.
Would you... What about Talon or my siblings?
I'd hate for you to keep a secret from them. There's already so much that pulls you all apart. I'll tell Talon myself. Perhaps he can be a voice of reason when Rainier wakes up. But if you'd like to tell your siblings, I don't see any harm in that. Just please make sure you don't say anything to Landor until I've said something. I'd hate for him to learn it, not from me.
Of course, I would never do that. I'm sorry that I made you do this.
No, don't apologize. I'm just glad it was you and not someone else.
I thought about telling my siblings first what I saw, but I was worried that we'd assume the worst or draw the wrong conclusion. I owed it to you to hear an explanation first, and I'm glad that I did.
I appreciate that. Well, my prince, if you're alright with it, I think I'd like to get some rest.
Merrick's already standing up.
Yeah.
Because he can tell it's like we're done here.
Yeah.
Like this has been more than enough.
Yeah, she will stand and she will give Merrick a hug.
He'll return it immediately.
Yeah. And
just won't let go until she does.
Yeah.
Just if she needs it, you know?
Yeah. She does squeeze for quite some time, but then we'll kind of pull away and she'll place her hands on both your cheeks and say, "You are quite the remarkable young man, Merrick, you know that, right?"
Try to be.
She'll kind of clap and say, all right, off to bed with you now. It's time we all got some rest.
You are right. Sleep well. And he will head right out.
Okay, sounds good. Merrick, you head out. Shut the door behind you. And what's your passive perception?
Passive perception is 14.
14, all right.
High enough for whatever you're looking for, right?
So, Merrick, as you step out, you don't notice anything.
Fuck! Damn it!
And you...
One of the better ones, too.
And what do you head to your room? Do you...
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer your question. Yeah, it's late. Merrick needs to get some sleep so he's not exhausted for tomorrow. I know it's a lot of prep, but there's still things to do and he's got to be presentable. He will go straight to bed.
Okay. Fantastic. So, Merrick, you head straight to bed, and with that, all of you head to sleep. Now, does anybody have anything they do as a nighttime ritual before the morning comes?
Well, actually, no.
I tuck Samson into bed, and I go to sleep.
All right. What a good ritual.
I just got the imagery that like Samson's in the bed and Kaylin's laying on the floor for some reason.
Don't be silly. He shares that with me. With his own little baby pillow.
You wake up and all the covers are on Samson's side of the bed and you're like, how?
You monster. All right, nobody have anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Alrighty.
Stop tempting me.
With that, bedtime. As all of you head to sleep, your night is filled with marvelous dreams of sugar plum fairies and other good stuff.
Ooh.
And as all of you wake up the next morning, ready to double check the trials and the festivities and anything that had been prepared by Lady Marianne and Lady Alris, that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break so I can get some water. And then when we get back, we'll dive into the festival and these trials.
Yeah.
And we'll see
Yes.
who will become Sentinel of Adaria. Not this session, but, we'll start to make our way towards that decision this session.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and go to a break. And I'm trying so hard not to cough right now, which is why I'm talking like this.
Ba-da-da-da.
Let's say
Ba-da-now.
25.
No.
25 is the time.
And you find that forward camp. Tits.
No!
And he will give a very low bow. And he'll head out.
As the door shuts. Oh, that kind of sucked.
12.
12, that just hits. Well, wait. Yep.
I was like, really?
Yeah, that just hits. Since you're hitting him from the opposite side, he does not have the 3/4 cover bonus.
Oh, okay. All right, Via, you've surprised me. 6 points of fire damage.
6 points. He is dead.
Via just looks at her hands. Oh my god! What is her death count?
Kills at everyone.
I was about to say, you might have the highest kill count
I
right
think
now.
You
so.
had doubled the kills of anybody.
Oh
so
my
far.
god. Yeah, she just looks at her hands and then focus back at the fight. Here we go.
Kaylin's whole outlook on her is about to change.
Kaylin's like, I can work with this.
Darian Watch is gonna move.
That is amazing. How's school?
Oh, all done. I graduated actually.
There's like a brief pause.
Yeah, we invited
That's wonderful.
you. Yeah. We invited you.
Merrick, and he kind of and looks over
Brother.
to Merrick. How is everything? How are the Falcons? How is what you do?
Oh, they're just great. I'm engaged now.
That is amazing. To who?
Everything
is fine.
Make a deception
I
check.
promise.
Make a
You
deception check.
say that.
I mean,
Kaylin
what's
is
she gonna do about it?
literally like rubbing her temples right now.
Also, if we're going back to Rosemont, we don't need her to do anything anymore.
Oh, Kaylin is really rubbing over her temples.
Oh, no!
no.
You see, she just kind of stares at you from. She whispers very low. Is this?
No, Captain. It's just us. There was much to discuss.
+2. All right, 24.
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna.
Oh
put
my god, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a
Holy
10 plus a
whoa.
D10.
Via can't stop killing.
I
Yeah.
know! I
She's
know!
grown a
So good
taste
at
for
it.
it.
The dice are apparently telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid and miss all the time.
He's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
setting her up for that.
I don't want the crown anymore. I'm
God.
just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her. So that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ.
You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You
Tits?
find pitched
Yes.
tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay. Okay.
Oh
I'm
shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss in the West.
because I had to listen. It's across the hall. It's, yes, I did. My hands
all the
are.
way there and all the
Fastest
way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I adore that.
Okay, we're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Merrick's not.
Well, yeah, we don't have Brian now.
Ryan, dude.
Look, in his defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Pay for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera up. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway, Kobe. That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvis Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that. He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good.
Still out
All right, it's not changing. That'll be the
right.
remnant of the past campaigns that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like it.
He's in charge of this cult too. I'm gonna lose my shit.
there. I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine? I was
Somehow,
Like,
Solvis Emerald returned.
We've played these games before.
You can't keep
getting away with it.
I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Elysia, they still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from the lands to be used in something like what you're doing. So, Octavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury. Fantastic, and I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him. But if there's any, you find after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You
Tits?
find pitched
Yes.
tents. No!
Clip it.
Shane, there's your first
Flip
one.
it.
Yeah, look like tits. Clip those tits.
God damn it. We're 20 minutes in, dude.
Hello, we are back, everybody. I have water and an inhaler now. I'm good to go. I also took 3 of my 5 medications that were prescribed to me, so I should be good the rest of the session. Took a little drug cocktail, if you know what I mean. Prescription drugs, not narcotics. So let's go ahead and dive in. Let's pick up where we left off. Our group of adventurers, the King's Hand, they had made their way to Skyhaven, the house of Fallcrest, has been made true many times now. Upon arriving, they greeted the participants that had arrived so far, which were those of Adaria, those of individuals from foreign lands such as Maldaris and Elysia, and then finally they had a private dinner together to discuss any sort of final plans or anything else they want to do. Lady Marian walked through each one of the trials, and if any of them needed to be changed or adjusted in any way to accommodate the amount of participants they had. All those changes are made, all those accommodations are made, and eventually everyone heads off to bed. Kaelin and Edwin have a brief conversation on their way to the rooms about Edwin's desire to see them, but knowing he shouldn't, and Edwin stressing to Kaelin that if any doors appear to her, she should probably not walk through them. As Merrick goes to head off to bed, he does catch Lady Marianne and Landor speaking. Lady Marianne saying something to Landor about making sure that he's not seen in this way, and Merrick noticing dragon scales on his body, gleaming in the torchlight. Upon asking Lady Marianne about this, she admits that this is in fact Rainier's child, one born of a bond of companionship and love between the two, as it's impossible for Dragonborn to have children in other ways. So this child is a true miracle. Lady Marianne, breaking down into tears, as this is a secret she's kept for the past, 15, almost 16 years at this point now. And she admits it to Merrick, and Merrick promises to keep it a secret, but Lady Marianne does say that she will tell King Talon herself about it, and that if Merrick thinks it's necessary, that he can tell the siblings, just to make sure that Landor doesn't find out before she's able to tell him herself. And of course, he accommodates that request. With that, the rest of the kids, Merrick heads off to bed, as well as the rest of the kids, and they wake up bright and early in the morning to approach the day, to tackle it, and to ensure that everything is as it is supposed to be. However, as all of you wake up that morning, you can already hear the festivities, the bards, the troubadours, the acting troops, the musicians, the performers. You can already hear them hard at work, trying to earn some money that they desperately need, all the way down in Seahaven. As throughout the various windows that are in your room, you can hear the pounding of drums, the singing of songs, and the whining of strings, as music and merriment is had by many people ready to celebrate this festival. As I changed the music cue. Ta-da! So all of you wake up and you gather your belongings and your clothes and anything else you need for the rest of the day. Now, we can just kind of speed through this and move to the Sentinel Festival itself, but was there anything in particular, as all of you woke up and were getting ready, was there anything you wanted to do before the festival begins tomorrow morning?
I mean, Merrick was going to tell the siblings. Oh, sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
I mean, Merrick was going to tell the siblings about his conversation last night.
Okay.
Edwin was going to go see his family.
Kalen wanted to meet Edwin's family.
I mean, we all have to go together to everything, so.
True.
No, you don't have to go. No. You
But
don't-
that's
you
it.
don't-
That's all I had.
Okay.
Stay away.
Alrighty.
I mean, imagine as they're walking to like anything, like Xanthi just like obviously we are staying together, so she can't like go off and just like do things, but she's still trying her best to just micromanage everything. Just make sure everything is right. Like, you know, if the little decoration is like slightly askew, she like yells at someone to fix it. You know, just minor things like that.
Yeah, there are a few
I
banners that had been hoisted that are not in line with the rest of them in the room, which is even more frustrating. Like, all the rest of the banners are correct, but there's one that's like slightly lower than the others. Horrendous.
You know.
Let's hear it. Let's hear what Xanthi says to these people.
I mean, like I said, it doesn't need to be a thing. It is just these minor corrections.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to hear mean Xanthi. That's all. That's all I'm asking for.
Well,
That's okay. We'll get it someday.
no, it's not important.
Have you not had it enough already?
Hey, yell at
Was
us,
Edwin, you're a bastard, and Kalen, you shouldn't have been born not mean Xanthi?
Let's be
can do
honest.
that.
Xanthi's
I
been
can do
probably
that.
the nicest to Edwin out of everybody.
That's true, I think, actually.
Anyway, we're walking.
Okay.
Sorry. I didn't mean to derail.
So, no, you're fine. So, with that, all of you head into the area in Skyhold where, you know, whether they be foreign diplomats or emissaries or nobility stay when they are staying in Skyhaven. And as you head there, you can see that there is a small dining hall that is currently split between two collectives of people. You can see on one side there are these very free, floaty individual wearing garbs of white and teal and blue. Everything is very colorful and in some places very translucent, very tightly decorated and embroidered. I mean, beautiful. Individuals with sun-kissed skin and light smiles on their faces. And you can see one individual sitting in the center, sort of the center of attention, that of what you must believe to be the Praetor's son. And he does seem to notice you, and it's tough without Felicity here. We'll probably just have to cut back to this, because he would come up and seeing Octavia, he would start to speak with her and say a few things, but this is going to be Schrodinger's box of a moment. We'll come back to it later. So everybody pretend like it happened, except it didn't have any
They
impact
may or may not
on
feel bad.
anything going forward.
Crazy.
Oh.
However, the other half of the room, downside of missing people, what can you do? On the other side of the room, though, the contrast could not be more stark, as you see individuals who are much more jovial and rowdy, sort of shouting back and forth at each other, especially crazily this early in the morning. You see the Nornathi people sitting at the center of the table, one across from the other. You see the High King of the Nornathi, Hodrick Stoneheart, sitting there. And let me go ahead and show his image. Wow. Oh, and then
Yo.
I will
That's my
also
father-in-law.
I will also share Octavia's uncle, Andros Alisades. There you go.
Oh, man.
These fucking vibes.
That guy looks like
Such
a dick.
two different vibes.
He just
I
looks
love
like
it.
such an asshole.
Hey,
What do you mean?
I mean, come on. Look at him, dude.
The two, I gotta admit, the two next to each other are very funny.
I love
He's-
it though. I love the two energies in the room.
He's very pomp and ass, you know what I mean?
Dude,
Damn.
dude, yeah. Wait till you
Dude,
see
your
him pop
father-in-law's gonna
ass,
beat
and
the
you'll
snot out of
see
you.
how much you can. All right. So, as you know, the one individual, Andros, is speaking with Octavia. Kind of having that conversation with her, talking about what she's seen, what she's been doing, how she's very excited to be here, even mentioning the letter that was sent to her mother. And one thing I will say is that he does explain why his mother, or why her mother, couldn't be here, but her grandfather, the Praetor, still wanted somebody here to represent Alicia, and somebody to be here for her, even though her mother couldn't be. But the specifics of the conversation we'll get into when Felicity's here to have them. But very excited to meet his niece. And of course, he does greet all of you, with kindness and the political decorum that he should. But then there is the High King Hodrick Stoneheart, as he is sort of talking with his warriors. You can see a woman sitting across from him, younger, right around Edwin's age. The two of them laugh very, very intently with one another. And you can see Hodrick, he looks over the groupings of Nornathi people and sees you, Edwin, and says, "Ah, young wolf. Very good." And he will sort of get up, and you can see Edwin, your wife, stand and smile, and she will begin to move over slowly, trying not to draw too much attention, but will make her way over with the High King, as the High King will look down towards all of you. He's a very large man, probably standing around 6'4", 6'5", tall for a human. He is human, just built like a Goliath. And he will look to all of you, but mostly talking to you, Edwin, and say, "I would like to thank you for the invitation. It is very generous of you all to offer invitation to such a great tourney of strength and power. The Nornathi are honored by the invitation, and, well, it is hard to say no to one with such a warrior spirit such as young Wolf here." And
Flatter me, King. If there's any people that are known for their strength and power, it is the Nornathi, which is befitting of the invite you received. Thank you for making the travels here.
And you can see Astrid, she smiles and says, "The will of young Wolf is undeniable. He has made quite the impact on all Nornathi he seems to encounter. So it seemed only fair that we come to see what the best of Adaria has to offer, to see if all are, well, as impressive as he."
Thank you, my lady. How are things in Stonemire?
Oh, they are good. Frost giants descend from the mountain. They try and break through the gates. They are pushed back. Day in, day out, old news. If they breach the gate, that would be exciting, but no, they give up. Lazy frost giants are.
Good to hear. And, how was the travel?
It was easy, very good. There were some ships that seemed to cling to us through the strait. They kept their distance, but they also docked within the city as well. It seems as though
Did
there
you
were
see
many
what
travelers.
banners?
Mostly merchant vessels, but one flew the banners of House Falkrest.
Really?
I assumed that it was some royal envoy or escort. As if we couldn't protect ourselves on the sea?
Oh, I doubt it was anything of the sort.
Hello.
I think that
My name
Oh.
is Lady Kaylin. I am Edwin's sister. I'm so excited to meet you.
yes,
Kaylin's gonna push her way forward.
yes. Hi, King. This is my sister Kaylin. Sorry for no introductions yet. This is my sister Xanthi, my brother Merrick, my sister Octavia. The King's Hand.
Ah, yes, I had heard about this Hand of King, right? Yes, well, Kaelin, Xanthi, Marek, Octavia. It is a great honor to meet all of you, and, well, may your warriors fight with strength in the coming days, and may you pick the best warrior for your needs. It is not always the axe that is the best weapon. Although it might be more unimpressive, a dagger in the right hand can be much more deadly. Accept this advice and do with it what you will. Adaria is a unique place, just like the Nornathi is.
Very. And sorry, I'm being very rude. My siblings. This is Astrid Stoneheart, daughter of King Patrick.
It is a great honor to meet all of you as well. I must clarify something, though, as I know the customs of the Nornathi and of Adaria are quite different. And you can see the, Hosric and Astrid do not look alike at all. Astrid is very, pale-skinned, and Hosric has a much, much, much darker skin tone. As she begins to explain, in Nornathi culture, our names are earned. Either we forge them ourselves, or we do something to impress another, and they welcome us into their family name. So family names can exist for 20, 30, 40 years, sometimes 100 if the line is continued through the acceptance. But most families only last 5, 10, 20 years, as most Nornathi die young and they die fighting. But luckily my brother and I both, were able to earn the great honor of being accepted into the High King's name. So while he may not be my father by birth, as yours, the king, would be to you, he still is my father nonetheless.
I think it's amazing to meet you both, and it is a welcome sight to have the Nornathi here in our presence.
Where exactly is Rogar? Did he come with you?
Well, since my presence was summoned here and I wished to see the show, I left Krogar in charge of managing the fences of Stonemire from any raiding parties. It'd be a good time for him to retest his mettle. I'm afraid he may have gotten a little lazy. But,
well,
it'll be worn out
one thing
by
we
the time
know.
I return.
If there's one thing we know about Rogar, is he's good in a fight, but also good in a bar.
Very much so. Very much so.
Well, we do not want to take more of your time. Thank you for making this trip. I'm sure that we will have much more time to spend together and talk. Please enjoy the festivities, enjoy the feast, and we'll talk soon.
I'm sure we will, Wolf. It was a great pleasure meeting the rest of you. Good luck in your tourney. Yes, good luck in your tourney. And should you need our assistance at all, the Nornathi would be more than happy to help in whatever way we can. Well, let us not promise so much, daughter. We will be able to help in whatever way is most befitting of the aid we can offer. She is not quite so familiar with the complex politicking of your court. I myself have traveled to Adaria, and one too many times. I'm familiar with how words can be twisted. We will do what we can, should you ask, but we promise nothing. Clear?
Very. And I would agree that I don't even think we are 100% on the politics of Adaria either.
I'm glad I'm not alone then.
My lady, I don't think that you have seen Skyhaven before. If, when you have time, would like to take a walk?
Well, provided the High King can excuse me from the rest of the meal of this morning, I believe I have finished. Now, before I say what I'm about to say,
Yeah.
did you tell the High King or Astrid?
Yeah.
That okay, not to
The
say
High
anything.
King. Yeah, the High King and Ashford got the same letter, right? We sent the letter to the High King that had
Yeah.
the invisible ink that only he could read on it, and it said that they're in danger. Come to the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it on the down low.
Okay.
So he should know
Uh,
everything.
yes, you are excused to go spend time with this individual that you have only met on foreign embassy meetings. And he just walks away.
Lol.
Joe, do we have art of Astrid?
Yeah, I want
Yeah.
wife art.
Where we should.
Well, I have it. I didn't know if it was in
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you've
Info.
definitely showed it before. Right?
I definitely have.
Oh, I wanted it again. Big apologies.
I don't remember seeing what she looked like before.
Well,
I can
And
post
there
it
was no
in
small
the-
child running around?
there is no small child.
I was also about to ask that.
Well, I posted it in our general CC.
Thank you.
Further noticed.
Wifey, wifey, wife. Beautiful, beautiful. Aloy.
Yeah.
Aloy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, all of you then walk with Edwin and Astrid.
Oh, yeah, I guess we do. That's awkward. Is there any way we could, like, walk slightly behind them? I don't know. Feels weird to be in their conversation. But I know we're supposed to move as you, so here we are.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like we also just don't want to look sus as well, like, because we are still very much in public.
Yeah, yeah.
I will say Edwin is not wanting to have a one-on-one walk with Astrid. I mean, he's not like pushing you guys away and being like, "Hey, don't." follow me."
No, for sure.
He's-
I just think it's funny. It's just an awkward thing. But
I
yeah,
think it's
no, we're
great
all
to be
together.
awkward. I think it'll be wonderful.
Let's go then.
Okay. All right. So with that, you begin walking around, showing her the various, locations and places that you had spent time growing up, or places that had just been recently refurbished thanks to your wonderful work as treasurer, Edwin. And she seems very impressed the whole time with your efforts. Right. Was there anything in particular as you're sort of walking around that you wanted to say, Edwin, or any of the rest of you, to Astrid?
I mean, yeah, as we're walking around, Edwin trying to be very nonchalant, also making sure people aren't listening. Not the siblings, outsiders. Is there a way to?
As far as you can tell, initially, no. Go ahead and make a perception check as you're walking along.
Oh god. The new shit. Hold on. Bit. I was probably gonna roll twice.
7? Yeah. As far as you can tell, There is nobody listening, Edwin. Nobody following in the corners. You're good to go.
So as we kind of get away from like the big groups of people, and like, I mean, Edwin's gonna make sure there's not like people around other than the siblings. He's just gonna walking forward, not looking towards her, just going to say, "I'm so glad you're here."
I'm very glad to be here as well. I wish the circumstances were a little different.
Great. I'm just glad you're safe. Where is Freya?
Well, Edwin, are we safe?
You're safer. I don't... It's all very complicated, and I guess this was a little selfish of me, if not fully selfish. I just needed to make sure if I can see you, then I feel that you're safe.
I hear you. I do. I just... It just makes me nervous not knowing exactly why.
I will tell you, but in privacy. I promise, I'm not going to keep anything from you. I would never do that. The first step was to get you here, to make sure that whatever threats were made were only that, threats. I know you can handle yourself, but I was scared.
So was I. So last night I took matters into my own hands a bit.
What does that mean?
Well, I was worried about Freya and what might happen to her, so I know that there's only one place in this keep that she would be safe and that no one could get to her in. And, well, me and a few of the other more quiet raiders, we snuck through the holes with Freya. And well, let's just say that Freya's been able to spend some quality time with her grandfather that she hasn't yet been able to.
Callan isn't out, is he?
No, he is not.
Yeah, okay.
I knew that he would be safest. She would be safest there.
No, it was a good idea. You always impress me.
It wasn't easy getting past the Crown Claw Knights. They are sharp. That's how I knew they'd keep her safe.
Well, I'm glad she's safe. I'll make sure to pay a visit soon.
Yes.
But she's okay. She's eating well. She's practicing everything.
Yes, I stayed in the room for a while. I made sure that she knew who he was. And, well, by the time that we left, I believe he was on his fourth instrument that she had asked him if he could play. So I think she's doing quite all right.
Good. I missed you so much.
I missed you too. And I'm happy we're here now.
And I promise you, everything's gonna be okay. Regardless if we'll make sure you're safe. If it's here or in the Nornathi, you'll be safe. Don't worry about that.
With everything that's happening, Edwin, I don't think the Nornathi is home for us anymore. I mean, just these past few weeks being away from you, I've hated it. If it means coming to Adaria, then I will. I'd live here if it meant being close to you.
I think later we should all meet. You, the High King, Talon, my siblings. We'll say exactly what's going on.
All right. Everything, the whole truth?
I only speak in truth with you.
Doesn't mean you don't omit parts of the truth, as it seems, but I hear you.
Only to your benefit.
Oh, to my benefit or to your benefit? I guess we'll have to wait and see, won't we?
By the way, the first letter you wrote me, he kind of pats his pack. Was your intention to make me cry?
Well, I think you've always been a bit of a soft lad, but wasn't my intention, but it's nice to know, though. Was it the drawing? Is that what really pushed it over the edge?
Oh, yes, very much.
She was very proud of that.
She should be. It was wonderful. Is wonderful. They, and he looks towards the siblings, have been dying to meet you for, well, months at this point.
She kind of looks back to your siblings. And she'll say, well, it has been very wonderful seeing the sights within Skyhaven, and I'm truly getting to know the architecture of your great hold. But I have to ask, within my people's culture, it's not the places themselves that, well, we care a great deal about. Stonemire's just a good defensive location. I'm more so curious about what all of you have done. And if you all have not completed great deeds yet, I quite understand that. But perhaps that of House Folkrest, if you have tales of what they've accomplished?
Edwin looks expectantly towards the siblings.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, I feel
go ahead.
like Xanthi would be more than comfortable off like I imagine this whole time, like she's been like kind of like feigning annoyance, like, you know, she wants to like get things done, blah blah blah. But like as soon as Astrid kind of has addressed them, like there is that kind of like softening. But she'll kind of like click back into that place of like she'll just start kind of giving a highlights reel of the achievements of House Falcrest, and
Yeah.
kind of like making it more like an increase of volume, so it does just seem like this is a kind of like dignitary walk.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
yeah.
But yeah, just like going over those things.
Yeah, and
But-
Xanthi being well versed in that history, go as you walk past like the various busts of the Lord Paramounts or ancestors of House Falkrest, you give a little bit about each one. No history check necessary because Xanthi's she just knows that stuff about, especially about House Falkrest.
Yeah. But yeah, just try to like bring back that like this isn't a personal thing. Like trying to just get Pete's off our trail a little bit.
Well, I have to admit that is quite impressive. No wonder why House Falkrest are the rulers of this realm. With feats like that, it'd be ridiculous to let another house rule in your stead. Tell me, I'm just so curious. Do all of you feel at times, insecure? I mean, your ancestors have accomplished such great deeds, and I have to admit, sometimes when I compare what I've done with the High King, I feel inadequate at times. Is it similar for all of you?
I believe in Adaria we do have more of a connection to bloodlines that the Nunathi are, well, not so tied to.
Mm-hmm.
Our family has a long history of achievement, of greatness. It is something that should come natural to all of us. Although that is not to discredit, of course, the achievements of individuals themselves, as I'm sure is proved more than enough within the Nunathi, and the great tales that we have heard from your Yaldum, from my brother.
Well, I'd like to think that our story is only just starting. And greatness doesn't just happen in a day. And our formation has only just recently formed. We have a lot of work to do and a lot of places to see and decisions to be made. I don't think it does us any good to feel insecure about ourselves now. I will admit it's a little hypocritical of me to say, because I'm sure we all are judging ourselves and questioning our character, most of us, that is. But my mother always told me that if we listen, the trees will sing, and every day they sing a new song. And so we just have to decide what that story or that song is going to be.
It's very funny that you say that. One of my caregivers, Bruja, she would say something very similar, but about the mountains. The wind echoing between them would sing a song if you would listen. It was very interesting.
Very wise words. Something's always singing to you if you're willing to listen to it. At least that's what I believe.
She kind of looks between Xanthi and Kaelin, back and forth and back and forth. Merrick, did you have anything you wanted to say in response to that?
He does not.
Okay. She'll nod, and she'll kind of look back to you, Merrick, and she recognizes that you don't say anything, but it doesn't seem like she's like, It's like she's like, oh, okay, interesting. She turns back to Edwin, walking forward. Your two sisters are very similar. Do you know that?
Don't say that out loud.
I can tell they're the type of people that if I did, they would hate it. But they are, very much so. And
Oh no, I know.
the one in the back, Merrick, the quiet one?
Yes.
Good thing about him is most people don't know him to be quiet. Those two said more than enough. The hidden talent, that is. I mean, you know, Holgar never knows when to shut his trap.
No, he does not.
I-
It is just funny that you make these observations so quickly.
Well, and I liked going on this walk because from the way they carry themselves and from the trust you put in them, I can see it so clearly on your face. It makes me feel much safer, Edwin, so thank you.
Trust them more than anything in the world.
And I can see why. With only a few
Even
questions.
if they do. Right, even if they do get on my nerves.
Well, that is just siblings.
Well, we should probably start heading back. Don't want to raise suspicion.
Ah, Prince Edwin. I was in fact just looking for all of you. The King's Hand and the Princess Astrid. It is a great honor to make your acquaintance, as Davian Fallon from nowhere appears. I'm sorry, I'm not quite familiar with Davian Fallon, spy master of the King's Council. I make quite a point as to not being very well known. It hurts more than it helps with a job like mine. Ah, I can see why that would be the case. Yes. Well, I just wanted to find the King's Hand before the festivities began tomorrow to see if they would be willing to authorize a special investigation of a sort. If you'd be willing to give us just a brief moment, Princess. Lady Astrid, it is just fine, please. Of course. And she'll sort of nod, and she'll back away, not too far, maybe, 15, 20 feet out so she can't hear anything, but she'll look at some of the busts and some of the stained glass in the hallway that you're in. What I wished to ask of all of you, as instructed by the king, is anything that you all should need, I should be willing to offer my services up freely. Should all of you authorize it, I would be more than willing to begin a search of various rooms and belongings to the contestants to try and find anything and everything we can to ensure that they are not, here deceitfully with ulterior motives or hiding something that would affect their election to this position. But I do require your authorization before I start any search.
I believe it'd be a good thing to do. You have to hear what you can find about the contestants themselves as well, from conversations whether they hold or others hold about them.
Yes.
Any
very well.
information you're able to find in them would be useful in our decisions.
As soon as I find anything of use, I will report back to you post-haste. Well, that was all. Have a good rest of your day. King's Hand, and I look forward to the festivities. Farewell. And he will bow and turn away, and with his very soft shoes, makes a sound as he walks away. Helps when you're 90 pounds soaking wet. Also, the little gnomish form is that is something to keep in mind as you guys all have to look down on him as he's like, oh yes.
I look down on everyone. What are you talking about?
True.
Yeah, as David walks away, Edwin lets out a big he is. You could see that his hand is pale from how hard he was clenching it.
With that, you can see Astrid walks back, and she for one sees that you're very tense, Edwin. and can see that on the rest of you as well. Passive insight for her as she just sees that everybody's just kind of like vaguely shitty. And she's like, is there something wrong with him?
Not necessarily. More so, I just don't like him.
All right.
He's very, very sneaky.
Hmm. Very well, I will.
We should probably get you back.
Of course, of course.
Should.
It's-
Does she buy that?
Make an insight check, Merrick.
Yeah, 15.
15. As far as you can tell, yeah. Seems as though she believes it. I mean, she's not sold, but she believes it. If that makes any sense.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, probably all of her insight checks against Edwin are at advantage.
Yeah.
Mm,
It's true. That's just real life right there.
That's true.
All right. With that, the collective of you walk back to the dining hall, where you can see most of the Nanathi and most of the Elysians have cleared way, only leaving a few remaining, as the High King stays here with his honor guard, waiting for Astrid's return. Seeing that, she's waved back over and returns as she gives a parting. You can see she goes to kiss Edwin, and then gives him a peck on the cheek instead, and then her eyes kind of like wide. She'll go to each one of the siblings and give them a peck on the cheek, as if trying to insinuate it's a custom.
Good save, good save.
Yeah. You can see the one bead of sweat is. Well, thank you all. And she'll give a slight bow of her head, and she'll walk away like, Jesus Christ. You can see Hodrick, the High King, is like, what the hell on his face?
what a weird family.
That's the one I'm connected to. Gods be good. All right.
Oh boy.
Ooh. So with that, you all depart the dining hall, returning back to Skyhaven proper, maybe potentially down to Sea Haven. Is there anything else all of you want to do specifically before the festival begins tomorrow? And tomorrow. And tomorrow.
No.
No.
Festival.
Festival. Anything.
Festival.
I'm not gonna. We don't have to do it right now. But I mean, you know, everyone's definitely gonna go see his daughter at some point.
Yeah. Well, I guess all five of you are going to go see Talon.
Yeah, I was gonna
With
say,
Edwin.
surely we're going together, right? Yeah, we gotta talk to the king about how we're running things. No other reason. So we should all go and be present.
Guys, this is an Edwin episode, all right? Fucking get it.
Too bad.
Yeah, we all get
Child.
one. It's fair.
All right. So all of you head
Been ready
to
for this one. 18 episodes.
all of you
Who?
all of you head to Talon's room.
I will
hear-
say Xanthi would stop by her own chambers before we do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you all make a quick pit stop at Xanthi's room, which is just down the hall from Talon's.
Yeah.
What you got cooking in there? I guess we're about to find out.
No,
And
No.
just
Okay.
nothing happens.
you
It's
hear
not a chimera. It's not going to make me happy.
you hear you see two Crown Claw Knights standing outside the doors. And you hear music
Yes, of course.
coming from behind the door. And every once in a while, you hear this little girl's, not little, you know, but definitely not quite a
Young.
teenager. A young girl's laugh. This just fervent giggle. As you hear from behind the door, Talon say something to the effect of, "What, is my dance too silly for you? Do you think this is a joke, young lady?" as she's just losing her mind as the Crown Claw Knights approach, and they like inhale. You can see them inhale and exhale in their armor, hearing their king, whatever he's doing, as they look to all of you and they knock on the door, and say,
Oh wait, before they knock,
yeah.
Edwin kind of puts his hand up to stop them from knocking. Would you mind if we actually just tried to sneak in? I would very much want to see my father dancing.
You can, their helms are like fully enclosed, like you can't see their face at all. So the two of them just. One of them just shrugs and it just goes to open the door. All right. So as the doors open, you see Talon has a flute. And the dance he's doing is he's kind of like doing like the Russian high knees. And I mean, he's pretty spry.
Old knees.
He's pretty spry for his age. As he's, you know, he's like playing the flute. And you see the this young girl like right around like 10, 11, 12 years old. She is just losing her mind at this king, right? To her it seemed that's got to be a joke. Just laughing her head off. I'll go ahead and share. Freya Falkrist?
Yes. Question mark.
Oh, you look at those teethers.
As she is just giggling up a storm. As you can see Talon, he like the notes kind of like fizzle out like like in a flute when they just stop. And he's sort of and he falls back, lands on his butt. Ow. Well, you could have knocked first, I will say that much. And
it was very fun to see you dancing, Father.
Dad! As she like jumps up off the chair and just runs towards you, Edwin, and jumps up and like squeezes into your chest.
And oh, little wolf, and he just kind of he looks her, puts her down, looks her over. Have you been brushing your hair?
Mm-hmm.
Your teeth?
Mm-hmm.
Eating vegetables?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe you.
She like looks towards Talon. I've seen her eat plenty of vegetables while she's been in here. In fact, we've had nothing but vegetables.
Looks around the room for plates of food.
It's a bunch of pastries.
There's like a whole basket of chocolate that's halfway
yeah,
eaten.
it's like half eaten like baked pastries with like covered in like melted chocolate and like powdered sugar.
Those were about this.
Those were from the last time I was in Skyhaven. They just never cleaned the room.
Dad, I was in here 2 days ago.
And I'm surprised you didn't notice them. Your eyes are not quite so sharp. Son, it's honestly something that's concerned me for quite some time. I think you might need new glasses. Can you believe your father? Try to tell me that I don't know what my own room had in it? Yeah, Dad, I think that's... Well, he is your king after all, so I think you should believe him.
You think I should believe him?
Because my vegetables, I did. This right here.
He gets down to her level and just
One of the good
squints
ones.
and looks at her. All right, I believe you right now. But later you're going to have to eat a whole plate of them.
Okay.
Well, I guess introductions are in order. These are your uncles and aunts. Everyone, this is your niece, Freya.
Hi. You, moving up to Xanthi. You must be Xanthi. You're really pretty. Can I touch your horns?
Yes, you can. And he picks her up.
Xanthi is so fucking taken aback. She has never been asked this question in her whole fucking life.
He's doing it. She's touching your horns.
Sharp.
And she's just
Do you sharpen them?
kind of
She does. puts her down.
It is a great honor to finally meet you, Freya. I admit, I thought that it would be most becoming of at least having some token to, well, commemorate this most fortuitous meeting. And to kind of...
She looks up to you,
Translate.
Edwin. She looks up to you, Edwin.
He
What
he
the
goes.
hell?
Sandy's not good with kids.
He goes. She got you a present.
Oh, okay.
And since Freya's been put down, Xanthi will kind of like go onto like one knee, and she's gonna pull out just like this small little box and hand it over to Freya.
Can I open it?
Well, of course, it is yours, is it not?
Ooh, a
And
boss key.
inside-
A hook shot.
It's a gun, no.
Look, a gun.
Sandy.
Dang. This is really cool.
No. When it's opened, and I guess Kaylin and Via will actually notice that it was the same thing that Xanthi was working on when they had their little sleepover.
Oh, that's so
And-
cute.
That's so sweet.
Inside the box is just this. It's a little hair bow. That's made out of just this really fine fabric, and it's of Falcrest green, and embroidered into the tails in a green. So it's like a subtle thing where it's just like you'll have to like be close to actually see that is embroidered. Not that close, little Val. But it just has like these little detailings, and then also just little like falcons at the top of like the end, I guess, of like the bow tails, signifying like House Falcrest. But in a way that's like a little bit more of the low key. But yeah, and so as she's, opening it, thought it'd be befitting if you've spent so much time with the Nornathi to have something of your other house.
We say.
Oh, thank you. It's very pretty. Can you put it in for me?
Well, of course. And there is like a very genuine smile on Xanthi.
Yeah, she'll hand it back to you, and she'll kind of like turn around and then look back to you, like, what do I do? And like turn profile.
Edwin tries to keep her still. Just-
Yeah, and it's hard because she has the dual braids, but taking from inspo from Infinity Nikki, she is just gonna have it like in the middle of the back of her hair, like it's big enough to look where it's not gonna be out of place,
Yeah.
and kind of just secure it there and make sure it's like neated properly, you know. Perfect.
And she like runs over to like Talon's what's it called, a boudoir? There's like where it's like a dresser and a mirror, right? And we'll sort of get up on the no? Okay, well, whatever that's called.
No, you're fine. Yeah, keep going.
And we'll we'll go up there and sort of
Vanity
like
boudoir.
look at oh. It is very pretty.
It is very pretty.
Yes, it is. She'll move over to Octavia and say something. You're Octavia. Yes, I am.
Nothing more there.
We'll go back to that too.
We'll do another cutback. And then she'll move over to Merrick. And you're my uncle. Right?
Yep, that's me. Sorry, I don't have a gift.
No, that's okay. Your presence is your gift.
Edwin looks at her when she looks back and goes,
You've been practicing that face your whole life, John. The most dad shit I've ever seen. Oh,
"Hey, I'm using
it's
it.
great.
I
Yeah,
got
it's
it.
great.
I use it."
Keep going. It's great. It's great.
I'm using what I got.
I mean, it's no secret. Y'all can see that just like words are just failing Merrick, and he's incredibly uncomfortable right now. and does not know what to say or do.
Would you say you're strong?
Not in the way I think you define strong. I'm more quick.
Do you think you could pick me up?
God, I hope so. Then he'll pick her up. He'll try.
Okay. Whee!
There you go.
And she'll like hug you, Merrick. And she'll like squeeze you. And she'll say, my mom said that when I met some of you that you might be a little shocked, and that's okay. But know that I've heard a lot about you from Dad, and I already think you're really cool, so there's nothing to worry about.
He just nods. He just can't say anything right now, and he'll put her back down.
And
You know,
what?
later, maybe Merrick can chase you around and show you how quick he is. Freya here is actually pretty quick herself.
I know you said you're quick, but I don't think you're that quick.
That sounds like a challenge, Merrick.
Yes, well, I'll have to show you later, I'm sure.
And then her eyes kind of like slowly drift to Kaylin, and then to Samson. And you can see she wants to ask about Samson first because he is so peculiar.
Of course.
But then we'll look back to you, Kaylin, and sort of like come over to you and be like, and you're my spooky aunt, aren't you?
Yes, I am your spooky aunt. She kind of wiggles her fingers. But I
Freya?
promise that even the spookiest of aunts can be the kindest of aunts.
Oh, I believe it. No, that's just what Dad said about you. He always said you were kind of spooky.
Freya,
Well,
What?
would a spooky person have such a wonderfully kind little friend? And she'll pull Samson off her shoulder. This is Samson, and I think he would love to be your friend too.
Samson looks up to you, and then looks to Freya.
And you know, the secret to making friends is belly rubs.
You see Samson, he like does this like devious smile where he's like, oh yeah. And he will like, and he'll fall back so dramatically. And she'll start scratching his belly.
But yes, I am your spooky Aunt Kaylin, and I'm so excited to meet you.
And she'll
And so
kind
is
of like
Samson.
hug you at your waist, Kaylin. You can see Samson's a little annoyed that the belly scratches stopped, but he gets over it pretty quick. And she'll say, well, I don't care if you're spooky. There are a lot of witches around the village who people think are spooky, but I always thought they were really cool, so that's okay that you're spooky.
Thank you. Keep that attitude. It'll get you very far.
Edwin, as Freya's talking with Kaylin, Edwin kind of steps back towards Talon, just backs up, still looking at her, just back next to him, and goes, Astrid told me that she snuck in here last night.
That she did.
And how did that go?
Well, she thought she got past the guards, but they alerted me, and well, I'm glad I knew about it because I told them to let her in, make sure she got in all right.
Good. Okay, so she got caught. Great.
She got caught by those two out there right now. That's why they're the ones guarding my door. They're the best the guard has to offer. Aside from Nadja, but her ties to House Eldrin, I don't know. But if it weren't those two, I don't think she would have got caught. Your wife is a scary woman. If she were here to do harm, I don't think either one of us would have left unscathed.
I'll have to tell you all the stories about her.
I'm excited to hear them. For a man like
Should probably
Hodrick,
tell them yourself.
a man like Hodrick welcomed her into the family, I can only imagine. And well, this one, as she's like, bouncing back and forth between the four of you, just asking different questions, maybe asking about Oh my goodness. Oh God. Octavia, the bunny.
Willow.
Fiddle?
No,
Fiddle. Yeah. So asking about Fiddle and playing with Fiddle and trying to get Fiddle and Samson to play together and asking Kaylin about witch stuff and then going back to Xanthi and asking her if her bow's still right after running around and like trying to like juke around Merrick, you know, trying to show how fast she... A ball of energy right now because she's so overwhelmed by what's in front of her. Talon will say, oh, it seems like you've been a very good father to that young girl there.
I learned from the best.
Was there some other family you lived with?
You don't give yourself enough credit. Seriously. And I know that you are going to say, don't thank me, but I will. Thank you for looking over her.
Oh, of course.
You do know that she's going to have to stay with you for a little bit longer, which means you're going to have to do more dancing
Oh,
and songs.
I know.
All right.
I miss when you kids were that age. It's easier when they're kids. When they're children.
Yeah, then they grow up to have their own opinions.
Gets a lot harder then.
Yeah. I need to talk with you, Hadric and Astrid, sometime in the next couple of days.
We can speak tomorrow night.
Complain
after
about
the
everything.
opening.
All right?
And make the claim that there's some treaty business that needs to be handled between the two nations. We'll have them come here. That way Freya doesn't need to leave. And there's a room connected to this one, a private one, that perhaps Marianne could spend some time with her. Keep her distracted while we talk. Or, well, perhaps your siblings could stick in that room with her, keep her entertained. Might be better, truth be told.
Yes, possibly. I think they should be in on the conversation as well.
All right. Then I'll have Marianne do it.
All right. Well, we have things to get to, obviously.
Yes, we
Do not let her out of your sight.
Oh,
Please.
I don't think she'd let me if I tried.
All right. Well, let me go say goodbye.
All right.
And he goes over to Freya and kind of says, "Little wolf,
Oh,
come here, please.
are you leaving?
I have to go attend to some business with your uncles and aunts. But your grandfather is going to play you more songs and dance. And I assume get you more pastries. Be good. Do not destroy anything that is valuable, please."
I wouldn't dream of it.
I'll be back. I love you.
I love you too.
Please be good.
I will do my best.
I know you will. And he will bring her for a hug, give her a kiss on the forehead, and then kind of stand up and go, "All right, King, she is all yours."
All right. You know what? There's another instrument I haven't played yet. I'm a little rusty on it, but there is a song that I used to love when I was still going to the tourneys. It was called The Farmer and His Fiddle. And guess what? Played on a viola of all things. I don't get it. And he'll reach over and he'll go through a closet full of instruments and he'll pull out a viola.
As she's entertained, Edwin's gonna just turn around to the siblings and kind of gesture them out the door.
All right. Cool. So with that, Freya does say, goodbye to all of you. She gives all of you another round of hugs. And Xanthe, you know, she'll ask that before you leave, that her bow is still right. And it is. And all of you depart from Talon's chambers. The door shut behind you. And you hear the beginnings of Talon singing the farmer and his fiddle. A very, like... the Adarian equivalent of like a hillbilly song, you know, about working in the field and plucking the apples and harvesting them and milking the cows, and how when the harvest comes, there's a big festival and how it's so fun and so great. And you hear not just one set of feet moving and dancing, but you hear two. As it seems as though the two of them are having a very good time in that room together.
The last thing that Edwin wants to do involves, as we're walking, sorry for taking so much time, he's just going to, as we're walking to the siblings, go, we're having a meeting tomorrow with the High King and Astrid. I need you all there. I'm gonna come clean about what's happening and why we asked them here.
It'll be for the best. She's
agree.
gorgeous, Edwin.
Thank you, Sandy.
I also agree.
It took everything in me to not lash out at Davian earlier. I
And
want
you
him
did
gone.
well.
Tomorrow.
One step at a time. We can do this together.
And that's how I want to. Together. I just want to thank all of you for being there when I need you. It's made all of this so much easier. Well, let's get on with business. The tourney, right?
Yes. Still need to give our attention to it. I know that, well, it's easy for that to be divided right now, but making sure this goes well is also keeping them safe as well.
Safe. They are finally safe. Let's go to a
Merrick, you
tourney.
with us?
They will not be safe until Tavian is stopped. Do not think for a second just because they're here that they are.
I'm not. But they're safer than they were. And tomorrow... Tomorrow, Talon learns of Davian's treasonous ways. But... And you see, Edwin wipes the tears and his frown turns into a grin, a smile, and goes, let's go entertain the masses and put on a great tournament.
Let's go.
And we go about our daily businesses.
All right, sounds good. So thank you, Duke, for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it, as always. It was funny, he said in the chat, he tried to fit it into the transition, but as you guys were walking out, you continued the conversation. Well, shit.
Yep, man.
All right. So, obviously, throughout the rest of the day, as you guys go to Skyhaven, throughout the rest of the courtyards, the various places where the festivals or where the trials will be taking place, as well as go ahead and turn this back on. As well as in Sea Haven, to make sure that any of the decorations that are specifically the heraldry of House Falkrest or anything about the events of the rest of the week are handled properly and that everything is as it should be. You take the necessary time to double and triple check all that to make sure that it is correct. You travel as a group, as a collective, and eventually you are finished. It is about 4-5 o'clock at that point, so let me go hour here. So 4 or 5 o'clock. There we go. All right. So it is now October the 10th at about 4 o'clock. Now, when all of you arrived, you originally had, considered the idea of having dinner with all of the contestants when they arrived. That would be this evening, the evening before the festival begins. You guys can do that, or you can just wait to speak with them until after the festival has begun. It is entirely up to you guys.
Oh man, group dinner for sure.
Oh yeah, you gotta catch them at their comfort. They're casual. That's where the real you
Fucking
comes
contest,
out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is where the first contest starts. We take like a fruit and we go, think fast, and we throw it at one of them.
Oh yeah, there you go. Edward Cullen, just kind of catch that apple as it falls.
Yeah. We gotta put our hands on the table like this.
Okay.
I don't know what that is. Let's keep moving.
All right.
Me
Haven't seen
neither,
that shit.
Kayla.
Now, does anybody have anything else they'd like to do before that group dinner?
No.
All right.
Have we seen any Veltara ships yet?
Yep, there are a few in the harbor. In fact, all of the great houses are represented in the harbor. It seems like everybody in some way, shape, or form is showing up of the Kingdom of Adaria to this festival.
Yeah. Merrick's not going to go see his mom yet. He was just curious if she had arrived, which he assumes she has.
Yep, yeah. I mean, if you take the time to go into Skyhaven and look, you'll eventually find her, as well as Garen is here as well. In fact, every single Lord or Lady Paramount has shown up, aside from Rainier, who is currently, bound to his hospital bed. Womp womp. Sorry, that was mean. I didn't mean that. He's a veteran, for God's sake. Treat him with some respect.
Okay, because his fucking kid is here. I'm sorry. Can we go back to that at some point? Because Jesus fuck.
He doesn't even know it's his kid. Come on. All right. So with that,
We at the dinner.
we sit in the private dining hall as all of you gather just outside, waiting for the guests to arrive. And all of you, because, you're hosting them, this is going to be a dinner between the 7 contestants and the 5 of you, as this is entirely your decision. Talon is specifically excusing himself from the dinner, not out of disrespect to the individuals here, but because it's the King's Hand's responsibility. So you represent him at this meeting, at this dinner. So eventually, one by one, the individuals arrive, as now all 7 contestants have arrived and are seated. Lady Marianne comes to inform you that all the guests have been seated, and they simply wait on your arrival, as that's customary, right? The most important people or person will be the last to enter, and according to Adarian custom, all of the people who are sitting at the table should stand when you enter out of respect, and then wait to sit until all of you sit down. That's the custom. So with that, the 5 of you make your way in. Now, I have to ask, the doorway is big enough for you guys to walk, like 2 and 2. You can walk in a single file line. You can kind of walk in as a clump. What's your approach here? How are you moving as a unit? That's my question.
Xanthi's definitely insisting on being the first to enter. Not saying
Wow.
anything, but just, you know.
Edwin is going to see that and not let Xanthi just be the first one to enter because
Love it.
as the big brother, you got to take her down a couple pegs. So Edwin is
do.
going to walk shoulder and shoulder with Xanthi.
Yeah, I can walk on the other side of that.
There's a little bit of a nice try.
Xanthi just has like, kind of like quivers.
Merrick will go through last.
Okay. All right. So we have Edwin, Xanthi, Kaylin, Octavia, Merrick. All right.
Yeah.
2 by 2 with one in the tail end. You all walk in. Now, let me real quick for my own sanity. I'm just gonna write their names up at the top of my notes so I have all of them there to reference easily. That way I don't have to scroll through all their appearance and renowned feat shit.
You should look at the document that Gemma created.
Yeah, that'll be really easy.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Here you go.
Yeah,
It's right here. I'll paste it again. Thank you, Gemma, for your hard work and dedication.
I'll take that.
Salute. Okay.
Won't get another one.
Wow, yeah. Look at that. That makes my job easy. Okay. So with that, you see Lord Garrett, Bjorn, Victor, and Thalia. Those 4 stand and observe the tradition initially. They seem to know it. After the fact, Brenna will stand, seeing that she missed it. And Serafina will stand also after the fact, observing that she maybe missed a custom. Asterius does not stand. He seems very confused as to why everybody's standing right now.
Ooh, -1 points. Where's our score
Yeah.
break?
I think there is just, you know, the
didn't know.
smallest of glares from Xanthi to Asterius. But still insisting upon herself. She would kind of like step past where Edwin has been beside her, kind of like putting her arms out a little bit just to block him from being able to straddle up immediately. And we'll just say, of course, we would like to welcome you all and thank you for coming here to dine with us this evening. It is great to finally have a chance to meet with all of you. And to thank you for coming here and for offering your services. I look forward to seeing what each of you are able to do.
You can see all of them, they sort of nod and smile at your words. You can see Victor, he will sort of raise a glass and say, yes, well, I think I can speak for all contestants here, but we are very thankful for the opportunity. And well, for hosting us in such a marvelous hold and allowing us to participate in something that is so sacred for House Falkrest. So thank you.
And please be assured, this is not meant to be a test in itself. In all technicality, the festival is yet to start. This is a simple breaking of bread. A friendly gesture before, I'm sure, a more tumultuous week to come.
Well then, if it's an opportunity to break bread, then I say we get to it, as Brenna Stonehill will interject. All right. With that, do all of you sit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sit. And the rest of them will sit when you do. All right.
Wait.
Yeah,
I know this is extra,
for sure.
but I can we draw a little map of who's sitting where? I just want to know where, like, you know, is that too? Am I asking too much?
No, you're good. I got you.
I just kind
Okay.
of want to know, like, if we're gonna be at this, I just want to kind of know where everyone's sitting, you know?
Yeah. No, I'm picking up.
Yeah.
God, we are
I
not
like to
starting
imagine
this
it's the same
tournament
where it's like
today.
the siblings on like one side of the table and like the contestants on another side, you know?
Okay. I mean, yeah, if that's the case, that's fine. I didn't know
Well,
if it was like
I
a
mean-
round table or rectangular. I know this is dumb. I don't know how many conversations are gonna happen at this table. I just want to know where people are. That's probably for the best.
I like the visual of like, you know, there's 7 on one side and 5 on our side, so it's just that little bit of like discomfort on their thing. They're a bit more squished together, assert a bit of dominance, you know?
And we're like lounging.
Oh my god, the Thanes
I gotta know what's
or
up.
whatever. From Skyrim.
Yeah. Main
Jarl
spread.
Yeah.
Oh god, okay.
Nah, we're fucking starting this. We're going there tonight, baby. We're long session. Nah.
You say that all of the time.
Bitch, I'm
And then you're
awake,
the first to fall
baby.
asleep.
I'm
Ooh.
awake.
Garrett, twice? Dang, that's crazy.
Good on
Okay.
him.
I'll be right back and use the restroom while you're doing that.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thanks, John. You're thinking.
A lot of Brenna.
Interesting.
Only Brenna.
Oops, all Brenna's.
You know, I would take it. you
Damn,
know? I like her.
she's a good ranger. She
I'm so
cloned
sorry, guys. This
herself
is
and
probably
gave them
so
all different
extra. I
abilities.
apologize. I don't know. I wanted visual.
I apologize
sorry.
if I
No.
spelled his name wrong. It's fantasy gobbledygook.
Well,
Fair. We should be saying something to fill the dead air.
Well, yeah. Everyone's eating. Is it like a what kind of meal is this? You know, or, nom, nom, nom.
So right now it is just wine. As all of you are. Oh, shit,
Okay.
I need to make
Okay,
that of the
okay.
box. Right now it's wine, and there is some like bread on the table. Just a very simple like beginning. And you can see Garrett will immediately start talking to you, Merrick, and say, Merrick, I have to recognize one thing right off the bat, if you're quite all right with it.
Sure.
I just wanted to
Just kind of
say,
raises an eyebrow, like, yes.
I just wanted to say, as someone who's participated in tourneys before, I've seen you compete before, my prince, and I must say you are quite the commendable warrior in those arenas, and I mean that in full honesty and truth and earnest. I think not everyone knows what it's like. All those eyes, expectations, and I do know. And I want you to know that I commend you for even stepping into that arena. Most people don't have the wits or the skill to, and you very obviously do.
Before Merrick responds, does he mean that in full honesty and sincerity and whatever else he said?
And earnest! Make an insight check.
And damn it.
I think...
If I'd put it correctly, I would have had advantage. Damn it. No! This keeps happening. It lands on the 20 and then rolls to the 2 last second.
As far as you can tell,
Beyond.
yeah.
Merrick's just kind of like, well, thank you, I appreciate that. How many did you participate in, or have you participated in?
Now, back when I was at a competing age where I wouldn't land in a nurse's bed for a month after competing, I'd say about 55 tourneys I competed in various areas between Adaria, Maldoris, and Solele. Solele actually had some of the best tourneys I've ever participated in. Not to say that I don't love the Adarian culture, but those Solelans, they know how to throw a party.
Maybe I will participate in one there someday. I've only ever done Idarian tournaments, and not too many, obviously.
You definitely should. I have to say,
Thalia, who's sitting across from you, Merrick, sort of looking. You can see she's kind of been looking at Octavia for most of this time. Octavia, like, trying her best not to look at Thalia, will hear that and say, "We do have competitions in Alicia as well, where we test our mettle as warriors. Is this what your tourneys are like?"
Well, yes, to a degree, I'd say. A variety of skills are tested: archery, jousting.
Oh, we do jousting as well.
Well, some things stay the same across the seas, don't they?
From wyverns.
We just use horses, but to each their own, I suppose. I do not understand.
Bjorn speaks up from the middle of the table.
Why would you fight each other for entertainment?
That's the whole
Bad question,
okay.
I suppose. I mean, no offense.
It gives the way that I look at it, it gives people the ability to see a lot of the people who go out and defend them in action without it having to be a war or a real battle where people are getting killed and massacred. They can see that there are people of incredible talent who will go out and defend them when the time comes.
And, as Victor will say, you have to admit, many times seeing a man in a suit of full plate armor get knocked on his ass is quite funny.
That is funny. Where is joke?
Yes. Shall I explain it, or...
No, I think it would go overhead anyway.
Yes, as Victor kind of scoots a little bit away from Bjorn.
Did I say wrong
Oh,
something?
I love that they're sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
Wait.
Great idea, Kayla. Thank you.
I just needed to see it.
Yeah.
Mr. Absolute Pomp and Circumstance next to just bet.
I like that the Fiend Warlock just scooted closer to the ASMR light cleric who's like defender of the heavens. It's like Bjorn makes him that uncomfortable.
That's actually Seraphina. Seraphina is the light cleric. Dahlia is the lightning warrior from Alicia.
Well, yeah, Victor went closer to Seraphina, right? Or did I miss?
No, Victor went closer to
No,
Thalia.
away
No,
from
I'm sorry.
Bjorn.
He went close.
Yeah.
No, my bad. You're right. My bad.
We did have things similar to that in the training arenas in the Hells. I must say, though, it was more for practice of skill and less of entertainment, though there was some in our core that found it entertaining enough.
Lady Seraphina, if I heard correctly, you are well versed in the arcane of healing?
Yes, very much so. But you must understand that when it comes to fighting the horde that is in Avernus, healing and hurting are quite one in the same, truthfully. The magic I use to heal my sisters and brothers in battle, it burns away those hellish spawn quite easily.
Really?
Yes.
I myself am a cleric. Nowhere near as meddled as you.
You are
regardless
very
of
kind.
regardless how any of this turns out, I would love to pick your brain on how and what magics you know. I'm always trying to learn more and more.
A desire to wish to learn more, there is nothing wrong with that. But keep in mind something. Should your desire be too fervent,
you may not find someone like me attempting to give you information. Devils and other fiends of the like, they prey on individuals hungry for knowledge. Do you think you would find yourself in a situation like that?
In the hells?
No, if something came to you with knowledge, would you accept?
I think it would depend on the thing that came to me. If it was a librarian with knowledge, then yes, I would. If it was a devil, I would very vigorously decline.
A very good
Hopefully
answer.
that never crosses. I never crossed the path with the devil.
I hope
But
not either. For if you did, I would have to hunt you down and kill you. So let us hope it does not come to that.
Ah. Well then, maybe you can teach me some of the magics you use to ward off devils so that should I come into contact one, I can dispose of it.
I suppose that could be something I'd be willing to depart with. When this
Good.
tourney is completed, I will confer with my order, and should they approve, then I do not see why not.
And you'll order the name of what was it again?
Well, Jesus Christ, John, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I just said I didn't want to have to scroll through the fucking page, and you were like, "Oh, just you Gemma Excel sheet. It had the name right there." Oh my God. Look at
You said
Tisk,
order,
tisk.
all right?
you.
You said
To
it.
be fair, I don't think you mentioned
Bastard.
the order and what we know.
It is that of
Whoa,
the Sanctum
he
of
hates that
Mercy.
word.
Because for some reason, Gemma didn't write down her fucking renown feat on here. It has her class and her level and her name twice. Jesus
Look,
Christ,
I
Gemma!
made this
Don't get
focus
mad at
before the
Gemma.
session started, okay?
You're right, I should be mad at John. Sorry. Jesus
you
Christ,
go.
John!
Be mad at yourself. The player has to DM a question. What's your name, random NPC? What is
Thomas,
it?
fuck
Sorry.
off.
The Sanctum of Mercy is the order I belong to.
Well,
But
I
please
was-
do
well-
not mistake. This is not similar to the rather insignificant churches you found here on the material plane. We pull our power directly from its source in Celestia. It's the only thing strong enough to fight back the hordes of devils and demons that pour out into those fields. You must understand, I hope.
oh, I very much do. No, words escape me. You know of the churches here, then?
Yes, of course. I do. The churches of the material plane have been much interest to me as of late, especially when word reached that there was a nation by the name of Adaria searching for a new protector. I had heard of, well, talk within my realm, within Avernus, of Adaria. Apparently there are many devils that find Adaria an easy target. So, hearing said knowledge, I thought it would be best to learn more about this place and why they would target it. And I believe it's because of your preposterous theory on religion. That balance can be found in trios. In fact, I think in doing so, you'll limit yourself to the amount of power you can withdraw from the celestial plane. But perhaps it's not a limitation on your morality, more so just on what your bodies can withstand. But it seemed as though that was a good enough reason for me to depart the sanctum and potentially offer my services here, where your churches might fail, I would not.
Well, not all religion on the material plane is exactly the same. we do have a similar thread in trios, but it doesn't necessarily make one stronger than the other. And I would also say that this position, if you will, is more than just a protection. It is a point of unification as well. You're protecting a Daria, but you're also a beacon of what it means to be a Darian.
You raise a very good point. But I suppose only time will tell the truth, won't it?
Either way, it is very good to have someone of your caliber looking over us.
Yes, and truth be told, very easily there are many afflictions that can be cured by one such as I. In fact, you, looking to you, Xanthi, and even you, looking to Victor, the infernal purge that claims you could be purified from your form, removing the hellish influence, truth be told. It is excruciatingly painful, but possible. I am fine, thank you, though.
Yes, this is not a concern for present discussions.
Thank you. In fact, I think that we should turn to things that are a bit more related to the matters of Adaria and the Sentinel. We don't need to be having large moral and philosophical conversations right now. In fact, I've only had half a glass of wine. I think that is too complex for half a glass. Maybe 3, not half a glass. I am curious if the King's Hand, that is the correct phrasing, right?
Who is this?
Victor.
Okay.
Yeah, the other tiefling.
Yes.
Yes, I heard some people in Sea Haven calling it the Hand of the King, but that didn't sound exactly right. I wanted to be sure. I was curious if all of you could speak more on what you find to be the greatest threat facing Adaria, or at least some of them. I came because I've always wanted to make a difference in other places and other realms, but looking at Adaria from the outside in, of course, there have always been complications. But I suppose I still don't know what threats could even face a nation such as yours. Your arcane manifestations, they lack some imagination, but considering how complex things can be in Adaria, but I just am curious as to what you would even need the Sentinel for.
I believe it is an important thing for any place to maintain some sort of safeguard, so to speak. Adaria is hardly a place that would seek its own violence, its own, wars. Nor should we hope to face any in our lifetimes. Gods be good, at least. But there is no problem with being prepared, for being ready should any ill befall us. I think we're all aware of the, darker times it seems that we live in. There are wars around us. There are disagreements around us. And Adaria should be ready to prepare and respond to anything that should come our way, if it comes our way. This is also no war table. We have our concerns. Any place does. But this is not an effort to gear up to fight any wars. Again, it is merely safeguard.
I absolutely agree. As Thalia, the Elysian individual, will look to you, Xanthi, and nod, nodding along with what you've been saying this whole time. I think that it is not proper to discuss such things now. In fact, Well, truthfully, I think I would rather get to know the King's Hand themselves. As I have read a great deal about your father and about other members of House Falkrest. And I, for one, entirely agree that there's so much more happening in the world that it's best to be prepared, but I personally would love to know more about all of you. I heard that there was trouble in Faithspire that all of you handled, and even business in a smaller city to the south of the capital. Something with a keep and a tribe of bandits, is that right?
Yes, with the town of Rosemont, we were responding to a situation there. And naturally ensuring that there are no bandits that will threaten our countryside, nor the kingdoms on a whole.
Yes, I've heard about this. Also, the expansion of the Adarian Watch. On my way here, there have been 2 keeps that have been cleared out just on the road to Crown's Rest, which is quite impressive, moving with a great deal of haste.
Yes, well, we are making sure that we want to make sure that we are protecting all people within the realm and within our kingdom. And sometimes there is a fine line between protection and harassment. So we just want to find the balance and making sure we're actually doing what is right. Sometimes you have to, excuse me, finding the right words to phrase it is it's kind of complicated, right? You see a group of heavily armed individuals while you're just going down the road. Sometimes can make people nervous. Sometimes that nervousness is assumed suspicion, and then it's all downhill from there. It's good to have more Adarian Watch, but also it could potentially cause future problems. This is rather new. We're keeping an eye on it to see how it goes.
I have a tendency to agree with you, Lady Kaelin, as Brenna, the Dwarf Ranger, will speak up. But, as you said, only time will tell. It is hard to know anything right now. But from what I've seen in the forest that I've trekked through, bandits do run aplenty in those woods, so something being done is better than nothing. But I agree. Hopefully they're trained with restraint and not to jump on any suspicion they see as it first pops up. And you can see, for the first time out of this entire time, you can see Astarius, the astral elf, speak up now.
When does the rest of the food arrive? That is the custom in the material plane, correct? The meal is had over 1 to 3 courses, and then we depart to rest for the night.
Where are we in terms of courses?
You're still on your wine and bread right now.
Oh my god.
Can't even
Oh,
be
good
mad
things
at bro
come in
for
time.
asking, honestly.
Dude, it's like you go to a Chili's and they give you the chips, and then you just eat the chip forever, and they don't bring you your food, and now you're full.
With that, the first entree comes through.
There it is.
Ah, I apologize for asking too hastily.
Where... this is not meant to be rude or anything, but where exactly are you from?
The Astral Sea.
It's a very vast place. I'm sure we could be more specific.
If I told you the city, you would not know where it is anyway. I do not see how that would help.
That is a good point.
Could still share it nonetheless, I'm sure.
Initially, I am from the City of Life, but the vast majority of my existence I spent on the far reaches, within the far realm, on the very edge, learning and fighting whatever came through.
I need to know, has she heard anything
No.
about, like,
No.
the Sea of Life?
None
Fuck,
of you
really?
guys
Can't
know
even roll for
anything
it?
about the astral sea. No.
You don't know anything about space. Where is NASA?
Sad.
Well, Kaylin will say, well, then what brings your interest to Adaria? Had you heard of this place before the call for this tournament?
I had met the king, Talon, on an adventure he was once on. He
Really?
stumbled through time, as it were, accidentally. He was able to fight back against Modrons and other constructs of the realms of time and balance. He should not have destroyed them. In fact, it only made them more angry. I sensed this temporal anomaly, and I helped guide him back to his realm so he could continue on his adventures. When I heard that the land he was from, Adaria, was looking for some type of guardian, it felt only right that, well, I lend my aid again. I can see many paths diverge from Adaria in this moment. Many paths leading many different places. Some descend into ruin, and others ascend into a golden age unlike anything seen before. But how? I am unaware. But still I see those threads of fate and time unravel. Does that answer your question? I seem to have not answered your question. I apologize.
No, you have. I apologize.
I
think,
assumed...
and if I'm...
Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting. Please, go ahead.
It's quite alright. I think if I'm being honest, and this is for everyone in the room, something that we all, and I think I can speak for my siblings when I say, is, again, this is a position that is not just a protection. We want to make sure that your passion and your drive and your spirit drives you to be here. That you want to get to know Adaria, and if you are of this land, get to know its people in a different way. To be prepared to fight, or at least serve as a diplomat for places beyond this realm. The expectation is not just here or there, it is all-encompassing. I just wanted that to be said. Again, like Xanthi put it, this is not a test, this is just us getting to know you, but also giving you an idea of what the expectation is. Well, thank you for your honesty in your answers.
You can see Kaylin. Bjorn intentionally has not said very much, but at what you just said, he definitely does smile and nod at.
Yes, well, I think you make a very good point. Lady Kaylin, as I have heard you prefer,
Victor says.
Yes, thank you.
Of course. The food is quite delicious. I've always heard bad things about the Darien cuisine, but I can see that those opinions were incorrectly placed, unless this is just the best Adaria has to offer, and if so, thank you for providing it. It is quite good.
Did he just say our food
I
sucked?
He said
Yes,
that's what he
well,
heard.
naturally,
Yeah.
well, naturally, we would like to welcome you all with some of the finest our kingdom has to offer, but be assured that our producers are, well, perhaps some of the best there are. I'd prefer what we grow over an import any day.
Those are very big words. We might have to compare vintages to see, well, which ones are better. Maybe we could do some taste testing sometime, Princess Xanthi.
Perhaps we should.
I have
I'd
quite a
admit it'd
few. Oh,
It
my
would be good
apologies.
to see more neighborly relations between, well, our two nations.
That I very much agree with. In fact, I have some Maldarian imports that I brought with me. Perhaps after the first event tomorrow, we can all share a bottle together.
Well, we would certainly be interested in what you have on offering.
Very well. I will make sure to bring it tomorrow for dinner.
Kaylin now sets up
Bjorn.
a plate for Samson.
Yeah. Bjorn, as Victor says that, Bjorn will sort of turn to him and go, how do we know you would not poison it to give you advantage in competition?
Kaylin furrows her brow, but puts more food on Samson's plate.
I must say that I am quite offended that you would think I would even do such a thing. This is a fair competition from start to finish. And,
Naturally, we also have tasters to determine anything.
yes,
We would
and
not be so foolish as to accept anything into any cup or dish we have.
also I would
I
dare
think-
not sully a Medallion import by using poison.
Insight check.
Make an insight check. Bjorn goes, you smell like someone who would. Well, I want you to know that sorry, wrong accent.
He's an imposter. Get him.
I want you to know that I smell of lilac and sandalwood. That is, he looks to he looks across to Octavia. That is the cologne that I wear. Oh, she says.
Oh my god. How's Xanthi looking at Victor right now? You know, I just want to get a
little vibe check.
vibe check on how much eye contact is there.
I mean, she was speaking to him, so naturally there was.
Yeah, but like, is there a little bit more? You know?
No.
Hey, that's
I feel
okay,
like that
baby.
was
No
Gemma and
problem.
Xanthi at the same time saying that.
No, you can tell that there is some kind of like there is a kind of genuine joy at the idea of like, you know, doing a little round of taste and doing things like that.
Mhm.
Well,
oh, sorry, my prince. Please
no,
proceed.
please go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, please, you go ahead.
I didn't have anything important to say.
Well, I'm sure that coming from you, it was important. Please, I had nothing important either.
All right. I've lost my train of thought.
Oh my god.
You can
Please go ahead.
If you insist. I simply wish to ask Serafina a question if she'd be willing to answer it. I don't see why not. Lord Greenmire, correct? Yes, that is correct. Thank you very much. I was curious. I've read some about the battles of the Hells and the changes that have gone through there. I must say, it must seem tiring, no? To fight the same fight
no change in Victor or who's left dying on the battlefield, it must wear on you, right?
No, it does not. The thing is, Lord Garrett, every day that we do not lose is a day that it prevents countless hordes of demons and devils from flooding into your plane of existence. That in and of itself is a win, regardless of how much of a sacrifice it might be.
Well, then I must say it seems as though your skill set in particular would be of more use within the Hells, wouldn't it? You don't leave behind your comrades, right?
No, I do not. I come with express permission from my comrades to aid Adaria in whatever way it may need, to hope and to help that no demon or devil can infiltrate Adaria and bend it to its will.
I meant no offense. I just cannot imagine what would have happened if one of my soldiers, farmers they were, had left me when we were fighting back the undead from those barrows. I would have hated missing one of them, but I'm sure that your brothers and sisters in battle, that they can handle whatever slack is left behind. He'll go back to his steak.
Damn.
Serafina did not like that. It looks very... She doesn't really display emotion on her face, but she keeps looking at Garrett throughout the rest of the night. Eventually, the final course is brought through, and it is a sort of like brittle, almost like peanut brittle, where it's this like very, very thin, like sweet cracker. And that is brought through for dessert. It is incredibly sweet and crunchy, but very good as the final, crunches are had. The contestants themselves don't have anything else more meaningful to add. Did any of you guys have anything else you wanted to bring up or ask in the meantime?
Nope.
No.
Actually.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Victor, would you like to go on a date? No.
Wait.
I wrote you a wedding, Victor.
On this napkin, I'm going to slide it across the table.
Quas, yes or no, if you want to be my
I
boyfriend.
imagine
Okay, sorry.
soon after Garrett made that comment, Zethi would kind of continue with that. Do understand that, well, especially for those that are not from Adaria, all of you would be giving up some kind of post or responsibility in order to, well, not only be here but serve as sentinel. I'm curious how each of you would be reckoning with that, leaving one duty for another.
Well, what I must say first and foremost is while I have lived in Maldaris and while I have protected Maldaris in my time there is very little left in Maldaris for me. I do not have family to call my own. I wish to come to a new place, potentially make a new family and make a new life for myself here in Adaria. I think Victor.
Okay, thank you.
Regardless of what happens in the coming week, I think that regardless I would like to stay in Adaria, if for nothing else, a countryside that is a little more green and a little less grey. So, no qualms from me.
Well, it must be said, I feel, if not as sentinel, there is, of course, many opportunities for people to serve Adaria, should they feel so, well, inclined. As I would hope many of you do if you are willing to compete to be our sentinel. And so any that wish to remain here would be more than welcomed.
I must say,
Thalia, the Elysian.
if I am not chosen to be Sentinel, and I mean no offense to you or your people, but there would be little to no reason for me to stay here. I would be willing to protect Adaria with my life, happily, to keep it safe. But if not in the capacity as Sentinel, I would much prefer to return home. Being away from Alicia, it can be draining. I know it is strange to say, but not as normal homesickness is. It is different. If I had a purpose like Sentinel, I would happily stay. But without it, I almost fear I would whittle away. Plus, there are many responsibilities I could return to.
I do also not say this to bind any of you to being here. And, of course, Adaria will welcome the good continued relations of Elysia. And should hope that this is not the last time that you reach our shores, should you return.
Well, of course it would not be. With the Praetor's daughter here, I'm sure that Alicia and Adaria will have a long-standing relationship for many, many, many years to come.
You can see Octavia just kind of, crunch, 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 crunch.
I would return to the Hells, as my assistance there would be more useful to the safety of Adaria than staying here. Should you ever need me, I would provide you a way to contact me, but with no promise that I could arrive. And I could not lend my aid for very long, but I at least would be willing to lend it if I could for a short period. I do not know where I would go. I suppose I could stay within Adaria, or I could leave. I do not know now, though. I do not know yet. But I will know then. That is all.
Or where would you wish to go? Surely you have some desire, rather than waiting for whatever it is to happen upon you?
No. No, I do not.
The rest of you? What are your thoughts on this?
You can see Bjorn, Lord Garrett, obviously, and Brenna being both Adarian natives, there's not much that they have to give up to be Sentinel. In fact, for Lord Garrett, it's really only an elevation of his current position. And in every sense of the capacity, he sacrifices nothing and he gains so much from it. And Brenna is just an outlander, where she travels the nation of Adaria trying to protect it in whatever way she can already. Bjorn will say,
It is hard to know. If I am honest about my place as Sithani, Veil Walker, I must trace a path towards what pierces into material plane. That is where I am needed. In fact, even now I am here because of promise, not because of oath. But the promise means more than the oath. A promise to keep not just one, but 5 safe. And to keep 5 safe is to keep Adaria safe. I would leave behind Serpent and Grove to keep 5 safe. Because of promise.
And Victor?
Oh, yeah. As I said before, nothing ties me to Maldaris, so I would come to Adaria regardless and make a life for my own. You seemed pretty into your peanut brittle before. I understand if you missed when I said it earlier. You were looking at that spot on the wall right there and zoned the fuck out, but yeah. My prince.
Does he actually say that?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, man.
Hang on, I gotta update my sheet. Victor's gotta go up a few points.
Yeah, Victor, I mean, low-key though, Victor's gotta eat it up. Good job.
Oh God, where's the nearest bridge?
Actually, do you want to see? Do you want to see fun party trick I have?
Sure.
All right. Sure. We haven't had very much fun yet today. It's been so serious. So safety and why? Watch this. And he'll kind of snap his fingers, and in a snap, he'll kind of like, there'll be this like poof around him. Looks exactly like Edwin, but he's still wearing Victor's clothes. Huh? Wait. Hello.
Oh no.
What's your name?
My name is Edwin. The Darien dialect is tough, sorry.
Edwin, what is your favorite thing to eat?
I think peanut brittle. Oh, I think peanut brittle.
I
don't
wish my
see
brother
the
would
resemblance.
tidy up as much.
I do like
Be
the
more
outfit.
presentable.
It's pretty good, right? Oh, you like it? Oh, watch this. And he snaps again. He looks just like Bjorn, except just smaller, because he's like tiny Bjorn. What is this trickery? I think I look kind of good. It's a nice goatee is very good on you. The scars, impressive. Change now. Okay, sorry. And he snaps and he turns back into Victor. Yeah, pretty good party trick, right?
Little clap.
Pretty good.
Thank you very much. He bows in his seat.
Does he hit both of the people sitting next to him as he
He hits Thalia, but he makes sure he doesn't hit Bjorn. Bjorn watches the hand
Bjorn's
too.
just waiting for an excuse for self-defense.
Bjorn's like, I swear to God, give me a reason.
Do it.
That was a very interesting party trick. Where
Thank
did you learn that one?
Well, back when I was a young kid, I used to be obsessed with players, with the troubadours and the actors. In Maldaris, they use masks, and they wear plain dresses of gray and black and white, but the masks are all decorated. The faces are what changes the characters, and they are decorated so elaborately and colorfully, but everything else is stark and gray, and the face is where the magic is. I studied those faces for so long, and I thought, what if I could take off a mask and put another one on? And eventually, one day, I figured out how to do it. It's always come natural to me, magic.
It's really interesting.
Thank you.
How's Xanthi looking now?
You can keep doing this.
Yeah.
Does Sandy like Victor?
Unless you do a little clappy clap.
But does she like him?
She's a boyfriend. It's not loud enough.
She has a situationship. It's not the same.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She hasn't said yes yet.
It's long distance. It doesn't count.
Damn. All right. And that is John's real opinion. You heard it here first. So, with that, dinner eventually does conclude as everybody finishes their peanut brittle. Sure.
Right next to it.
I'll never forget that was the fucking dessert option you gave
It's
us.
fancy peanut brittle.
It's
The fantasy world, and you're serving a fucking peanut brittle for dessert.
You had wine bread,
Peanut brittle.
steak and vegetables, and then peanut brittle.
Continue.
True highlights
like
of
a
a
good meal
Darian
to me.
cuisine.
Like Christmas.
Too funny. The Daria looks like the poorest country right now.
And next, we'll have raisins.
In comparison to like the war machine that is Maldar. Yeah, you guys are pretty fucking poor in comparison.
Hey, watch your mouth.
All right. So, dinner concludes. And with that, you can see all of the individuals. They begin to thank you for the food. And one by one, they'll excuse themselves so they can prepare themselves for the first challenge tomorrow, whatever it is. The last one left is there are two that remain. Victor and Garrett are the two that stay the longest. And you can see that the two of them aren't even really talking to you guys anymore. They're talking to each other mostly. As Victor is just asking Garrett about the tourneys he's been in, and Garrett is responding and telling all the stories. And Victor is just so into it, you know, it just like talking and hearing and asking more and more questions. And every once in a while, Garrett will turn, you know, he's an older guy who knows how to tell a story. You know, he's got that charisma. He'll gesture to you guys, and you know, he'll be like, "Oh, you know, like you've been to this place, you've seen that thing, right? It's exactly like that," and kind of like pulling you back in when you're ready to get up and leave, but still making you feel like you're a part of the conversation. Yeah, it's just very interesting to see Victor kind of like latch on. It's just strange. So with that, eventually the two of them will excuse themselves with your permission, and the five of you will be left alone within the dining hall.
Oh, what an interesting group of people.
We need to keep a close eye on Victor.
Why? Shouldn't we be keeping a close eye on all of them?
How's Anthony feeling? How's Anthony looking?
Oh, come on.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Well, you heard his questions, yes? Wanting to know what our threats are, curious about our tourneys. What everyone said about the purpose of a tourney is, well, fine, but things like that, gathering of different, well, fighters in the land. I suppose now it is primarily for the entertainment, yes, but historically it was for matters of military practice. Something that was more so theatricized and gamified to what it is today. I don't like how much he's asking about our defenses. I do not like how much he's asking about the tournaments, about the capabilities of the people that we have inside this kingdom.
Think he has ill intentions?
We don't have good relations with Maldaris. I worry that perhaps he may have been sent as, or perhaps some kind of spy.
I think we heard two very different conversations. I mean, if we're being honest, that could be said about almost everyone at that table.
No one else was so keenly interested in the capabilities of our nation.
Well,
there is reason for suspicion from anyone that is not a Darien, yes, but I think it is important to keep in mind.
Sure, but I'd rather someone ask questions to know about us than just make assumptions or go in completely blind. Wouldn't it be a good thing that he's asking questions?
It's the nature of it, Kaelin. And I ask
Davian's
that all
already
of us are
looking into all of
careful.
them.
I ask that we are careful with what exactly we share. We have reasons to keep things in our kingdom safe and secure. They needn't know all our problems until one of them sits in that council room.
I can agree with that. I mean, the observation is something that I don't think myself actually observed, so it's good information to have. I mean, quite honestly, we should keep our eyes on all of them. Other than maybe Bjorn. I think Bjorn is fine. I don't think we have to worry about him trying
Bjorn
to
should
sabotage
be
the
under the
kingdom.
same scrutiny as everyone else.
I take back what I said. I just think that Xanthi does bring up a good point. I myself loved Victor, but we have to be cautious. We are bringing an outsider into the High Council.
Well, like Merrick said, we are going to get further information that they did not share with us tonight. And I think that'll be very telling of what is discovered.
Let's hope that Davian gets that information before tomorrow.
As long as we get it
Note is
before we
more
have to
than
make a
likely.
decision.
Yes, because it's more than likely that even after we tell Father everything, that we will still need to deal with Davian. I'm not sure exactly how we will be moving forward, but I don't see anything being done quickly about it. Find
Well-
another replacement for council so soon would be difficult.
One step at a time.
Yes, one step at a time. I was hoping that I could get a little bit more information from Serafina about the particular problem that you had discussed with us the other day, Xanthi. I'm hoping that's still a route we can go, should it not work out in our favor.
I don't know if
She's
I trust
honestly-
that.
She's honestly the one I got the most red flags from.
Right. I agree, you, Merrick. I was more talking
Really?
about
Oh.
the devil thing. With she could be a very powerful ally when we have to go face that.
I honestly worry about getting her involved with such things, given her. Well, given what she was saying.
I agree.
Right,
Not at this
More
time,
s-
at least.
of course. More so leaning of I might be able to learn some things.
Hope that can be at least true.
I don't know. I am an old dog, and it's really hard to teach us new tricks.
Ugh.
Maybe this time this old dog can try a little harder.
How are we feeling about? Well, I think Garrett is wonderful. I think we can all agree, maybe, that Garrett is very likable.
I enjoy Garrett.
Astrius? How do you say his name?
Astarius? Right? Look, oh. Joe?
Astrius?
Astarius.
Astarius.
I
Is it actually?
don't know what to say about him, in all honesty.
He has no initiative, it seems.
I
I
mean,
believe that would be an issue, waiting for things to happen. Time in waiting could let many things go wrong if he's unwilling to be proactive until it is a certain future.
I mean, going with the flow is a wonderful way to live your life, but
Not a sentinel.
I mean, that individual quite literally just leaves it up to the universe. Or whatever he believes, or...
When Rainier found out that there was even the slightest chance of cultists, he leapt to it immediately. He did not wait for plans or a larger delegation to go with him. Astarius, I fear, would wait. Would delay.
What about Felia?
I did not see anything I would consider concerning, like I did with Astarius and Serafina. It feels as though her intention is in the right place, and she is eager to prove herself, so I look forward to seeing what she does. But I did not get the same passion as I did from someone like Garrett, or Bjorn even. Even Victor had a little bit more enthusiasm towards wanting to be here.
I will say I was not particularly fond of the face thing.
Oh, I thought that was lovely.
Oh, well, he didn't change into you.
Shame.
And then also tried to mimic your voice. It was off-putting.
Oh, it's a useful thing. Although I will also say that could be a concern.
Maybe we
if
just
I'm right
replaced...
for any suspicion with him, knowing that he can take the form of any other, we need to be careful about who and how we are talking to people.
Now we have to worry about two. Maybe he can take the place of Davian.
Well, and I still think we are just... But we can't learn everything there is to know about someone in one night. We have a lot still to glean from this. Merrick, do you have any first impressions you wish to share?
Not really. Pros and cons. At the end of the day, I need to see how they perform, though. At the end of the day, if they can't do the job, then everything else is irrelevant.
Oh, what time is it?
By this point, after dinner, I mean, it's probably getting like 10, 11 o'clock.
Bedtime.
Bedtime.
Well.
Good night.
I will see all of you tomorrow. I hope you all have a good night. Edwin stands up. And
Perhaps, Edwin, it would be good to relay some of the discussions here to Talon.
of course, I'll stop by before I go to bed.
Good to hear.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
So with that, all of you head to bed. Edwin, you stop by Talon's room and you spend some time with Talon and Freya, and then eventually you head to bed as well. And with that, eventually it falls. All of you head to sleep and awake in the morning at the beginning of the festival.
Festival day.
Festival day.
So, and so, with that, all of you are awoken at sunrise by the same sound. An ancient horn that has been a part of Skyhaven since before House Falkrest claimed this keep that had long been abandoned many years before House Falkrest's arrival on Adarian land. The horn bellows to beckon all guests within the keep to the courtyard. Now, this is the massive courtyard in the center of the keep where the festival will begin. Now, all of you are to gather with Talon, as Talon, being king, will initiate the festival. He will begin it, but he specifically requested that all of you stand with him, because as soon as he's done doing the ceremonial speech he needs to, he will pass it off to all of you, and all of you will be in charge of the festival from that point onward. So, with that, all of you gather, you find Talon at an elevated parapet that looks over the courtyard. And you can see people filing in, all standing in a circle around an elevated pedestal where the 7 contestants currently stand. If you here. So all of you would currently be standing up, like around here, up top in this corner right here, sort of looking down at the rest of the crowd that is gathering within. And then once again, as people have stopped filing in, that ancient horn of Skyhaven echoes once more across the mountain peaks, and the sun as it begins to crest over those eastern ridges. The horn of Skyhaven is a deep, resonant call that rolls down to Seahaven like thunder. From every corner of the keep, the guests are assembled. The nobles, foreign dignitaries, common folk who made the treacherous journey up that mountain path and allowed entry here to watch the beginning of the festival. They all gather in this great courtyard. The autumn air this morning, it bites sharp and clean. It carries a scent of pine and distant snow. There are 2 main guests of honor. Of course, there are all of the lords and lady paramounts that are gathered here. Well, I guess the only one that is not present is Sir Gareth, as he was specifically instructed to stay within Crown's Rest for the time being. So that way there was at least 1 council member within the capital. But his eldest son is here, as well as the Lady Paramount of House Eldrin. Lionel and his mother, Iridessa Emberlin, are here. Garen Veltaris and Sharon Veltaris are both here. Lady Valora Astralor is here, as well as Lady Solara Astralor is also here. She made it to the festival. She at least wanted to be here for the beginning of it. And I'm trying to think, am I leaving anybody out? Hornfield, Eldrin, Emberlin, Falkrest, Veltaris, Astralor. We got everybody. But then there are 2, like I said, foreign dignitaries that are the guests of honor. And those are High King Hajrik Stoneheart of the Nornathi. He stands among the honored guests. You can see the weathered face, the stoic face behind those ritualistic tattoos. And beside him, as another guest of honor, is the Praetor of Alicia's son, Andros Alisades. You can see him wearing the same, clean, very finely cut, vibrant blues and golds and whites those flowing robes that seem to catch that mountain light. Not only all of the major houses, but from the minor houses as well, most of them send individuals to watch. You do also see that Sir Otis von Fem is here as well. And you can see banners from all of the houses of Adaria snapping in that crisp wind like a rainbow of loyalties. So King Talon, he steps forward onto that platform where various lords of House Falkrest have stood before him. Dragon's Bane gleaming at his side, and his voice carries easily across the courtyard.
The role of the Sentinel of Adaria has been our sacred trust for almost a century. Since the ending of the calamity of the Broken Dawn, when this kingdom welcomed House Falkrest as adventurers and gave us a purpose beyond the horizon, it has been our duty to protect this nation through its darkest hours. From our beginnings within the far east against the necromancers of Vargo, against the Kython horde that established us as a house in Adaria, and through the night of crimson tears and the survivors' rebellion that freed so many from the tyranny of the King in Crimson. But as lords and ladies of the great houses change over time, so must those who protect our realm. While my brother, gods, keep him safe, Rainier recovers and remains strong in spirit, he cannot fulfill the role of sentinel as it demands of him. Over the next several days, before our esteemed guests from the High King of the Nanathi to one of the blood of the Praetor of Elysia, these warriors will prove they possess the will and wit necessary to guard our home. But that decision does not fall to me. It falls to the king's hand.
And he'll gesture to the five of you, and all of you step forward to stand in line with him.
They have assembled these trials and put forth the best their collective minds had to offer to thoroughly test who would serve our kingdom best. They will judge our warriors, and in turn, they will choose who fills Rainier's seat. Now, to our warriors, to those who would fill that seat, I offer you an opportunity now to speak your claim as to why you think you deserve to be sentinel, not just for the king's hand to hear, but for the people who have gathered to see you fight for this role. Why should they believe you are capable of such a thing?
Lord Garrett Greenmeyer steps forward immediately, ready.
I am Lord Garrett Greenmeyer, bulwark of the fields. I've stood against the restless dead when they rose from ancient barrows to threaten our people's harvest. I have held the line when others faltered, and I have never retreated from duty, no matter the cost. If I am chosen as sentinel,
Now looking up to the five of you,
I will bring the same unwavering vigilance to guard all of Adaria's borders. The realms require strength, and strength I shall provide.
And with that, he gives a very sharp bow and steps back. Brenna Stonehill at this point will step forward and say,
I am Brenna Stonehill of the Eastern Mountains. I've tracked phase spiders through the ethereal plane, and I've sealed breaches to other realms they use to terrorize our mining folk. The land speaks to those who listen, and I hear warnings that others miss. Adaria faces threats that creep between our worlds, threats that require more than sword and shield to defeat. Give me this charge, and I'll hunt down every danger that thinks to prey upon our people.
She nods curtly and returns into the formation. Bjorn, seeing that the other two people next to him in line have completed, will think, okay, it's probably my turn now, and he'll step forward. And you can see I'd say Kalen, you can recognize that he's nervous. But he breathes and says,
Bjorn Oldblood, guardian, protector. Though not a Darien, we share much. During Night of Crimson Tears, I save people, children. I fight for Sea Haven in past weeks to prove Serpent's Grove not bad. Kingdoms need guardians for all. For city and for wild, for mountain and for valley. I guard what matters. I endure what others cannot. This is my purpose.
And he'll sort of give one final look towards the audience and nod and step back. Victor will step forward.
Victor Bloodmoon of Maldaris, destroyer of the Whispering Void cult. I have walked in shadow to protect the light. I have wielded hellfire to burn away corruption. My homeland has taught me that sometimes the greatest threat, it can come from within. From those who would tear open the barriers between worlds for power. I keep no secret that the power that is within me comes from a place of darkness. But most of Maldaris is dark. But there is strength in that. And knowing how bright light can shine when understanding how hopeless darkness can make you feel. I offer Adaria my knowledge of that, so that your kingdom may never fall to those same forces that tried to destroy Maldaris.
And he bows with theatrical flair and will return back in line. Thalia steps forward.
I am Thalia Aurelius, of the Arcadian Republic of Elysia, Storm Speaker of the Argent Fields. When 30 Elysiarchs stood against hundreds of undead, I called down a tempest, and I carved victory from certain doom. Adaria, your strength impresses me. I studied Talon's adventures in my own war academy. But strength alone is not enough. Without motion, strength becomes stagnation. I bring wind and fury and wave, tactics of storm and sea, and together, not only could we forge an alliance that would make both our realms unbreakable, but it would make us impervious to threats from other realms.
She nods, and you can even faintly hear a bit of thunder rumbling behind her words. Seraphina then steps forward.
Seraphina Lumanus, I am a defender of the Sanctum of Mercy and a chosen vessel of divine light. You may not sense it now, good people of Adaria, but darkness gathers within your borders and outside it. I have seen a tide of red in my visions, a shadow that seeks to swallow this noble realm. I have burned devils from the very gates of celestial realms, and in the depths of Avernus, I have stood as a guardian between innocent and corruption. Let me be your shield against this coming night, your beacon when hope seems lost. You can see her wings kind of extend in that last moment to emphasize her point. And finally, Astarius steps forward. I am called Astarius Voidwalker.
I am a student of time and space. Your realm exists at a nexus of possibilities. I have witnessed many threads that bind this place to great power beyond mortal understanding. I have fought against time itself, an entity that sought to steal your minutes and days, your hours and years. But I stopped it. The threats that may face you now require more than vision beyond the material plane. I can offer a perspective that spans dimensions. And he just kind of looks over the audience and will step back in line. And as they finish speaking, the words fade. And a new sound begins. Not magical, but deeply traditional. From hidden positions all around the courtyard walls, dozens of House Falkrest retainers begin this rhythmic beating on their shields with sword pommels. This metallic percussion starts slow and builds. It's joined by the stamp of boots on stone, and every soul present in this courtyard falling into this ancient rhythm. Clang, clang, clang. The sound grows thunderous. It echoes off Skyhaven's walls, cascading down the mountainside like an avalanche of steel and sound. This is known as the Sentinel's Call. The same rhythm that has been announced for every great trial in House Falkrest's history when picking a new Sentinel. From the battles against necromancers to some of Rainier's most legendary stands against impossible odds. At its crescendo, every voice at different times joins in this wordless battle cry that seems to shake the very foundation of the ancient keep of Skyhaven. You can see falcons rise from their perch in these great clouds of brown and white, wheeling above the courtyard like living banners. In Seahaven, below, ship bells begin to ring, and even the mountain peaks seem to echo back the call. A silence finally returns, broken only by the whisper of wind through stone. Talon unsheaths Dragon's Bane towards the sky, the blade catching the morning light, these brilliant reflections across the assembled crowd. Let the trials begin! May the worthiest among you prove themselves fit to guard what we hold most dear.
And with that, the horn sounds once more, deep and final. And the greatest trial in Adaria's recent memory officially commences. Contestants step forward, bearing the weight of their kingdom, their realm, their own expectations of themselves, whatever it may be. They hold them clearly, these expectations. While the king's hand prepares to judge not just their skills, but for some of them, what could very well be the very measure of their souls. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woohoo!
Let's go!
Woo! Good start. Good start.
Good shit.
So thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did. Be sure to tune in next week for the festival itself. Now, I do think that the events themselves, I don't think they're going to necessarily go by fast, but I don't know how much in-between stuff is going to happen between them. So I think that, especially the first trial, because the first trial is, well, I'm not going to spoil it, but the first trial, well, we already talked about it, actually. The first trial is just telling them they need to fast. So, first trial, pretty easy to get through, honestly, at a first go-ahead. So I'm excited to get into those next week, so be sure to tune in for that, so that way you can see, what happens. All right, well, thanks for watching, everybody. We will see you next week, and have a good one. Bye.